Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful Tuesday. It's Enshrined launch day. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. And today I'm going to be doing a little bit of cleanup from some things for the Enshrined Kickstarter. But otherwise, we got some other stuff that will be kicking up. But I hope you guys are having a lovely, lovely day. Let's get into it, shall we? I'm very sleepy today.
Father, help!
Oh, I've been eaten into the void. I have been out. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this because I don't really like how we did this. Hello, Sheppy. Hope you're having a lovely day. Don't know how I want to do this. I should do it on the one, yeah, like the collector's edition. I think having a tab. Do we have room at the top? Not really. What if we make it a little taller? Or we could do it bottom right? No, it'd have to be next to... Ooh, I have idea. Alright. I have an idea. And then I will do it, and then we will be happy because then we don't have to look at this. Let's go to corset. Corset is this one. Nope. What is the corset? Here it is. And then we will do like a 10. And then we will take I wanted to kind of take the banner and shove this in here. And then kind of, yeah, like that. And then we will, hello, Lude, how are you doing? I'm sorry, I'm doing a bit of an accent today, but how are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. I hope work is good. We now officially are at a week until you get to go home, yes? Till you get to go home. Kind of want it to be orange, but... Hello, Buster! Welcome on in. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? I hope you did. I hope you did. And if you did, what were you up to? What were you? I'm okay. Didn't get much sleep watching my Arcom, and my mom stressed me the fuck out about my bump. Well, listen. You know, mama's just worried. But mama's just worried. So, you know, it makes sense. But I understand. But maybe not. She told me breast cancer. That's valid. But see, what you need to know, a Paul Gehr's thing. Paul Gehr's thing is that you find out early, they could deal with it early. And then bada bing, bada boom. It's not a big deal because you deal with it early. They can treat it early, you know? Kind of like that, you know? Save 40%. Save 40%. But it'll be okay. Especially because you find out about it early. I'm sorry, I'm still doing the silly accent. I'm kind of stuck in it. But, I'm sure everything will be okay. Did you set up a doctor's appointment for it? Yeah, that's what my mom told me as soon as she said. Yeah. So I'm sure you'll be okay because, you know, the thing is that you are... But, like, why not tell me after I go to the doctor? Probably just over-worry. Probably just a bit of over-worry. That's probably why. If I had to guess. But it'll be okay. She's probably just worry. You know, parents be doing that kind of thing where they're like, I will tell my child this fact that they maybe needed to know before. I'm going to the native house, so there's no appointments. First come, first serve. Oh, okay. Well, I hope that it's not too bad. And then, you know, we're always here for you. So if anything happens. It was good. I got working on my character cover for a possible comic. Let's go. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Cool as fuck. I'm excited. Oh, this is not the one I wanted. Save 40%, and I want the outer glow to be... But it will be okay, Lude. The fact that you know it exists is big, big, big. And but now I'm stuck up here, bored out of my head. All I think I do is blah, blah, blah. Could you play a phone game? Any phone games that you are interested in? I'm glad you like it here. I like having you here too. I want the savings to be a little bit less offset. Yeah, there we go. This is the save price. Can I pause my archive in the door? Of course you can. You can put it in the fridge and I'll look at it. Then I get look at it. I'm gonna suffer as I draw different gay people and backgrounds. I believe in you. You got this. And see what it actually is. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Either way, I'm excited to see it. Okay, so I believe all sets after this. Core set, trinket collector, table set, and collector's edition. Yeah, every set after this has the save on it. How did I line this up? The curve starts where the button ends. And then this one goes here. This one. Sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. I put the sex. It's posted. Cute. Yay! Oh my god, that's so exciting. I love the art style. I love how they did the hair. Oh my god, that's awesome. I'm so glad that they got it done sooner. So now that you can, when you get home, you know, it's all ready for you. Super exciting. What is the first thing that you are going to stream? Core trinket is 15. 15. 220 is 35%. Save 35. This one is save 45. Oh, okay. Minis save 20%. I don't want to say break. Oh no, you're totally fine. I love hearing about people's D&D plans, or not D&D, sorry. Their stream plans. But no, that's awesome. DVD, fuck yeah. I mean, honestly, it's a good match. It makes sense. Maybe if it was 6, most likely, but DVD most likely. Hell yeah. I mean, if you get bored with one, you can just go to the other, go back and forth, you know? Save all in set. Collector's edition is 45, 20, and 40. And 20, 45, 40. Okay, cool. Put the sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. I also didn't want to be rude. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot, but I am excited to see you streaming. I love it when chat's like, can I go stream now? And then I gotta be like, okay, goodbye. Have a good stream. I feel like a mom who is like saying bye to their kid as they're going off to school. It's fun for me. I like it. Minis. And then this one goes in the all set. No, this should be good. Stay, devil. Let's see. Assets. Backer tiers. Export. But what we don't need is we don't need the PDF, the physical, the digital deluxe, or the collector's book. And then I just need to do this. Well, I've been making jokes with my friend that I'm going through DVD withdrawals. Lol, I'll keep telling her I'm seizing and foaming at the mouth. I'm not. That's understandable. It could be your stream title, foaming at the mouth. Huh, you do give mom vibes. I think I give either like motherly vibes, or I give off like little sister vibes. It's one or the other. I gotta scroll so much. Collector's book, this one. Corset. Insert image. Assets. This is the core set. Corset, this one. Delete this one. There we go. Well, I sent the big message again because it said it filtered it. Weird. I wonder if Twitch is going through a weird thing right now because of the new algorithm changes, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing weird shit. Because they're doing like the new lurker algorithm, and then your message was not supposed to attention to the previous one. You said 30 seconds. Huh. But it wasn't that. I'm sorry. What happened to our... Did I make an oopsie? Oh. I did. All insert. Two. How many do we have? Elaine, did you check your... I did! I said thank you for it. I said thank you for it. It was because it posted it in... I think the welcome mat. I posted it in the welcome mat. Mwah. Mwah. I appreciate you. Honestly, I'm like deciding whether I want to put it into a boost, or if we wait for one more, we can get a custom tag for the Discord. A custom tag for the Discord. So I might save it. I might save. Well, did you see that lurkers are being removed from the view count? Kind of sus to me. Yeah. Or they're just fucking with it. So I don't know. It's just not the best look, in my opinion. 10. Okay. Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1. What? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which one am I missing? Collector's book. Fuck. Okay. PDF, physical, digital deluxe, collector's book, core set, table set, minis, all in set. What happened to the trinket collector? What order are we doing this in then? I think it goes core set and then art collector. Core set. I think it's this one. Nope, not this one. Whoa. Oh, it's trinkets. I'm stupid. So it should go... Oh my my goodness. PDF, physical, digital deluxe. Collectors. Cool. Trinket. Minis. We did a collector's book, yeah. The table set goes. When does the table set go? It should go after the trinket one. Okay, cool. Save that really quick. All my viewers are lookers. Like, seriously, all this is gonna make it 10 times harder to reach affiliate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the fucking shitty ass thing about it. And so I'm really hoping they change it back because a lot of people are quite upset about it. Well, I asked her to add Jason Voorhees mask. Oh, yay! That's so nice. I mean, it is Halloween. You know, it's with the spirit. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. How am I still missing one? PDF, physical, digital, core, unless I just can't count. Trinket, table, minis, all in, collector's book, and then collector's edition. Okay, I forgot the collector's edition. Which the collector's edition comes after. That is. These are my favorite movie. Fuck yeah. Minis collector's edition also. Shower and dive into some clothes for knitting. Have fun at your knitting circle. I hope you have fun. Liar, liar, liar. Collectors. I gotta wait. Save. Okay, now we have all of them again. Okie dokie. Save. And then I have to get this save price over here because they decided that they wanted to do it differently. So I'm going to do it differently. Okay. Oh, they mixed it into one? Oh, you sons of whores. There's my other pin set. I have another pin set that I have that I did to combine them. And I guess they want to use that one, which is fine. So let me grab it. How could you buy if wife appears? Tell her she's stinky. Sounds good. I will let Vex know. Okay, so how did they do it? The God pin set. They said call it God pin set. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh, 1, 2, 7, 8, 9. Group. This is the Kib set. Okay. God's pin set, the Kib pin set. Oop, I did that backwards. Oopsies. Savings. I acknowledge in my dream. And then the God pin set, they move this price over here. And this is 36. And then this is 54. And the kid pins it. I'm actually gonna lower this a little bit, and then we're gonna scoot this over. And then we're going to grab the other group that I made, which is this one. Fighting. I don't feel I ignore. Dreaming. Is there more like us? It's all too much. And if I bring this down, this can scoot over. I don't feel I ignore. Dreaming. I like us. Oops, oops. And these guys gotta scoot over just a bit. The kid pin, this one, and then the price needs to come down a little bit more. And I think they moved it down. They make them all the same. Oh no, they did do the gradual change. Interesting. God Pinson was the first one. Feel like ignore. Dreaming. Aw, cute. What kind of rings? They like chain rings? Are they like a tribute to a fandom you guys enjoy? I'm scared. Wait, why are you scared? Like engagement rings. Oh goodness. Is that something you guys should talk about, isn't it? You know, if it's something you both want. Opens bundle. And then we're at 8 months, a little too soon in my opinion. I mean, me and Pixels got our promise rings. Ooh, I want to say a year, maybe less. It depends. I don't know how long we had been. No, it was like a year. We would have gotten it sooner. But it depends on the relationship, honestly. If I could have, I would have had Pixels, and I have promise rings on day one. But that's just us. It's honestly just up to the couple. $1.75. $1.15 savings. Who was I made for? I don't know how to feel. Take this out. Scoot it over. What's the biggest one? 75, 300, 150. So let's do that. Because I want to have enough space for both. Yeah. And then this has to go all the way over here. And then this can come back in here. Well, it just got to my history for me. I got engaged to my last girlfriend at 1 year. I'd rather wait 5 years before doing that again. That's something you should communicate, though. And if they're not willing to communicate, then they're clearly not willing to make the relationship work, you know? It's a big thing. I wouldn't say that getting, like, promise rings, or especially if it's an engagement ring, that's not something to take lightly, you know? And so if it's something that they want to do, it's definitely something you should talk about. You know? So, like, if it really worries you that, like, they're taking it a bit too seriously, that, like, they're not considering how you feel, I would definitely talk to them about it, because that's not... Because even though I'm a goober and I say that I would have gotten an engagement ring with Pixels already, I wouldn't have done it without his, like, agreement to it, you know? Because it's an us thing, not a me thing, not a what I want thing, it's an us thing. Relationships are always an us thing. And wanting to wait is never wrong. It's just something that has to be communicated, in my opinion. Because, like, I'm sure if it was, like, something you two had talked about previously, maybe you'd be more like, haha, yeah. But if it's not talked about previously, it's hard. I can get that. So, for this one, it's $75 with a $15 savings. She's supposed to go to school in Canada to become a pharmacist, so I was gonna wait till that's over. If we last, I'd propose to her, marry her, so she can move to the... Yeah, dude, that's, like, perfect, though, on God. Like, or at least I feel like that's really good, because distance is so hard for a lot of people. And if you're able to get past that distance, especially with what you said with yesterday with their jealousy and stuff, if they can work on their jealousy within that time, and you guys can grow as, like, people, it would be stellar, in my opinion. Because then, like, it's just easier, I think, in my opinion. Because then, you know, you'd have gone through a lot together. At least that's how I feel. Savings need to scoot a little bit more. Why is this being stupid? Okay, they didn't change that one. The boss minis is one that they changed. Savings. Consent. All minis bundle. Is my cat near me? Nope, it's just a shadow. I thought my cat was near me, but it was just a shadow. I often do that a lot, I feel, with my cat. It's like, I think she's here, but she's actually just in another room. This is $30 each. It was never refined, was it? Let me see. I think that's okay. And then that. Yeah, I'm just ever since my ex has been very hesitant to jump the train with anyone recently. I declined a lot of women before my girlfriend and very hesitantly when there's because I've been so nervous to really get in serious, and I tried telling her that, but I guess I didn't give her. I like the idea that she wants to marry me. I don't see a red flag, but I'd like to live with each other. Yeah, no, that's totally valid. I think realistically, when you're with someone, you should live with them before deciding anything, in my opinion. And of course, take what I say with a grain of salt, considering that, like, I'm just a goober. I'm just a little goofy goober. But I definitely think living with someone is very different than just, talking. The talking stage is very different. So I definitely think that it's something that they should think about a bit more. And if, again, they're not willing to think about it, like, do they really deserve your time if they're not gonna, like, take into consideration how you feel? Boss minis, stickers. The hardcover book is not part of this. Hardcover book is not part of this. The trinkets aren't part of this. The trinkets. Oops, all dice is. Digital items are not. And I don't think the poster items are either. But then I think we'll just keep the stretch goals as they are for now. Because I think they look okay for now. Let's do this one first then. Oops, all dice. $25 each. $25 each. And I did these separated. Oh, interesting. Is this... Yeah, I'd rather... $30. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's just a lot we both have to work on, to be honest. I have a lot on my own to work on, so I'm definitely not ready for that. Yeah. So I definitely, if you could, get, like, a sit down with them and just, really talk it out. Because, like, shit's not baby stuff to talk about, And it can be hard for people to be like, I think that was, like, a big thing for me, especially, was realizing that I needed to grow before I was ready. Because, like, I could say that I was ready for marriage when I first found out what love was. But I wasn't ready, I like the idea of love, but I didn't know what it took to really be with someone, to really willing to sacrifice for someone, And a lot of people don't. So it's definitely something that's like, if that's something you want, you really got to sit down and talk to the person. It's definitely not a thing where, like, you can just decide that yourself. Cube. I don't like how this sits. It sits all funny in my brain. Dice bundle. Have idea. This go here. And then these price go. Maybe not. Where did they put it? They, like, scrunched it in here. I can't deny. Yeah, I'll do that. It's fine. Put dice bundle. Boop, boop, boop. And then I gotta go down to this guy. Actually, I might have to just rotate him as a whole. The tire just hit me like a block. Mood, that happens to me a lot. That happens to me a fuck ton. No, I get that completely. Well, if you can, if work a lot, I'm sure not all jobs do, but if work a lot, so you could take a nap. Naps are very good for you. I don't want to listen to the song. Just trying to get this done so that way I can work on other stuff. Okay. I'm very addicted to listening to Cask, which is Papa Me Canyon's band. Bundle dice is 125 savings. Or 125 price. $50 savings. I have like 10 fucking... I have a 10 fucking delay. Oh, is it because you're on mobile? Mobile delay really sucks. On God, I don't know why Twitch does it, but mobile just isn't in. I can't, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To see you, I have to feel you all over time. Graveyard lover, with each other. Okay, how did they do the stickers? Did I do this right? $25 each, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lude. But listen, hey, listen, buddy. Less than a week. Your DVD addiction can ensue. Ooh, what is this for? This is for Enshrined, which is a Kickstarter that I had to help with. It's Carly. We got funded. It's super cool. But if you want cool stuff, you could come support. There's a lot of cool stuff like plushies and handmade dice and artist human made stickers that are really cute and cool. Like, look at these. They're horrific. Check it out. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. I want to buy but broke. That's okay. That's okay. Just spreading the word is more than what matters. Hi, Pucky. Welcome on in. This is the earliest I've seen you. How's it going? I'm looking at the wrong page. Add-ons is what I want to look at. I want to look at the stickers. 25, 25, 20, 25. I think this one is actually going to need another vertical. Because I don't want to do it horizontally. Right. Slept all day. All day long. Really? All of it all day long. Okay, this one. Oh, this one's fine. And then the oops all dice. Oh, it's actually fine. Okay, cool. All sticker bundle. This is the keep all stickers bundle. Stickers. And then I'm just gonna scoot the sky. Did you sleep well, Pocky? Where's the bestiary ones? Let's scoot these. Scoot that up a little bit. I don't super like the spacing on it, but it gonna be what it be. Listen to alimony. My coworker just told me, damn, the SamCons don't have enough surface area to hide your... Damn, what the fuck? Asshole. What the fuck? What the fuck? What an asshole. Want me to kick him? I'll kick him. In fact, I'm wearing it even when I sleep now. No. Poor Bean. I'm sorry. It's okay. We're here for you. We'll cover your forehead. On the floor, on the inside. I remember. you left me. Export slices, assets, add-ons, export. Actually, test add-ons. I want to remove these and then only keep oh shit. From the inside. Pin set create slice, and then I need to take this one. Oh, is it? These ones remove. Okay. Pin set, stickers, dice, and then these four need to get turned off. Export! Export! Oh my god, the dining hall is finally open again, so I'm gorging myself to make up for not eating last weekend. Make sure to steal some food and bring it home! Also, Buster says that I think that what was it? I think they said to call you stinky. I think the thing was to call you stinky. It's okay, I'm not on my third divorce yet. Damn. That's true. Okay, God pin set. Change this one to this one. From the inside. Thank you for the check-in. I'm not stinky. Tell them, not me. It's not my fault. Why you left me? Oh, thank you for the song request. Let me make sure I did the right one. It did. Save. Okay, now it's all updated. Backer tiers. Yep. And the add-ons. Yep. Okay, good. We're all done for that. Woo! I like anime. I've never heard of them before, I don't think. Huh, sorry, I don't think I've heard of them before. Oh, my eyeball itches. Oh my god. Okay. All right, time to do some video editing. I don't know what else I'm gonna do. It's okay, dude. It's okay. The dude has enough divorces to go. That's crazy. But at least he's making money, I guess. Awfully lonely, but at least he's making money, I guess. I gotta do this one. This one, and what am I doing tomorrow? I don't know what my plans are for tomorrow. What are my plans for tomorrow? Whoa. Trying to decide if I want to play games today or not. Maybe I play a little Minecraft or something. Or art. I don't know, I'm kind of burnt. I'm kind of bonked. Sheppy. I'm kind of bonked. How's it going? Hope you're having a great day. Oh. Ow. Ow. I don't know what I want to do. Took my Adderall. I had breakfast. I'm like trying to see if like my brain not working is because I haven't had enough sustenance. I want a new mouse. I want a mouse that's not a Logitech mouse. Let's look at wireless mice. Good wireless mouse. Look at this fucking Logitech Master 3S for productivity. Let's look this up. Search Google. Ew! I don't like the way it looks. I don't like this side thing. Ew, I don't like that side thing. It's kind of weird. I feel like I make it heavy. Lightweight. Let's look at this. The Razer Viper V3 Pro. How much is it? The Hitscan Hyperlight? What the fuck? 9.5. Raw performance, 9. What the fuck? That's $155, bro. That's 150. That's a. Whew. Oh my god. Why would you want a mouse that fucking expensive? My god. Yeah, maybe I just will get a Logitech mouse. Jesus. Jesus, guys. Best connectivity. Lightspeed wireless. Ew. Can I do like weight? I don't think I can. Sort by price. I think I have the 703. I have the 703 and it's not bad. But it's kind of like not worth $100 because like the sides have like this like grippy material on it. It's like I don't know what it's called. It's like a rubbery and it gets worn down and like makes me sad. Oh, I had to post the thing on the socials. I forgot. Moonstrikers. Boop. Razer's cheaper, I think. Yeah, but I'm worried about the quality of Razer. But I might look into it because, like, I just need a good mouse. Like, I don't need, like, a crazy mouse. Minimum, I'd like 2 side buttons and for it to have good connection. That's it. I don't think that's a lot to ask for either, so. This one. Combined $20, it's okay. It's not a bad price. I never posted this. Ah! But cable? Ah, yeah, it's cheaper because it's cable. Oh, fuck, I forgot to post that video. Fuck, I'm posting it late too. God damn it. Okay, I'll post this on screams internally. I'll post the things on social media later then. God dang it. Ooh, no. This is the JPEG. New post, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okie dokie. I'll post that later. I didn't add Jules in this either. Fuck! God damn it. I don't want to post. I'm upset. I don't want to put a comment because I fucked it up. Ever yours, structure. Mice are expensive. I might ask Andrea about mice. They know a lot about mice. Take my hand, I'll just scare you. I'm a monster born from man. Okay, cool. I've changed, but I'm still your create subtitle from audio, singular, create. It's taking a second there, huh? Me. Again. Boop, 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 boop. Pew, 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 pew. Malay. And then I also want to take this for this, and then this, and then this, and then this. I'm gonna mute this. Hello, Shadow. How are you doing today? I hope you're all having a good day. Isn't that? Or you can. Sound effects. Where's the quack? I'm doing good. How are you? I'm good. I'm quite sleepy. So I don't know if I'll be streaming as long today, but we're here regardless, and we're vibing, hanging out. But we're here. Boop. So much more needs to be exclamation point. Man. On it all. Ooh, this sounds like it needs to get cut earlier, which it does. Right there. You no name, man. And then the main socials were Blue Sky and Twitch. Vision, Patreon. I need the sound clip. And then this needs to go here. And this needs to go here. And then we can cut them both. Cool. And now, for the moment I've been waiting for. Not really. It doesn't. I'm not that excited, but it doesn't really change anything. Move track up. Yeah. And then light. I was in August night. You standing all alone. This one, I guess. Link clips. Fade away. 7420. 78. And then 420. This is incorrect. This is 840. This is also incorrect. Boop. You. I don't remember. I think this was right though. And untied again to cry. 1, 2. Mm. 1, 2, 3. I think I'll do 3 seconds. I like 3 seconds. Is Neo Malay. It away. Maybe not this one. This one, apply. Oh, go over here. Do I have the intro? I thought I downloaded the introduction. Did I not? I could have sworn I did. But maybe I didn't. I'll do this one. You standing all alone. Let's do 1, 2, 3. Like there, and then we'll scoot it over. Oops. I thought I... No! No! And this one. By the way, the cover song I sent needs to hurry. Ah, dude, fucking mood, man. Do they do it? Do they tend to put those on Spotify? Cause if so, hurry the fuck up, brother. I need it in my veins. I hope so. I hope so too. You know, I liked it. It was a really good cover. It was a really good cover. There others are on there? Oh, then fuck yeah, dude. Then it's just, it's a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. One, 2, 3. Oh, but this like, oh shit. That fits better, right? And then we could do like, oh, Shadow might be, you might be the one to be first to get the full one today, Shadow. Speaking of you, why don't we have stream avatars open, huh? Mitzi's gotta move. He's gonna hide up here. Alright. Also, Elaine, there's a Picross roguelike game on Steam. What does this mean? What's it called? I am intrigued. You have intrigued me. I don't know what we're listening to. I'm gonna be honest. 1, 2, 3. The free show, Cindy Cross. Okay, hold on. Let me look at it. Cindy Cross. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. Let me see if it's on Keymailer. Maybe we can get a key for it specifically so that way we can connect it up. I don't want to listen to this right now. No, I don't want to listen to this right now either. Nope, that's not what I wanted to click on either. My God, I cannot. Okay. My lows fuck around and lose control. Is it on here? Damn, alright. I'll try the demo out sometime. I like trying game demos. They're fun. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm gonna go get my advanced GG super quick. Oh, wait, yeah, let me see. I thought that was the one you didn't have. Damn. Until tomorrow, Shadow. But I'm gonna go get my advanced GG really quick. Hi, Canadians. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna go on BRB. I'll just be right back. Mwah. I've returned and I don't know if it froze shut. It might have frozen shut, chat. Lose control. Now I gotta fix my chair. Cause every time I hop out of my chair, I always slide. Oh, damn. Today might be a Moira day. So if people don't have Moira, today might be a Moira day. You know I love to how my lows fuck around and lose control. Oh, it's got a little hole in it. Yum, yum, yum. Alright, close, focused. Games, where's the games? And then we can have this 1, 2, 3. All night, yeah, you know. Damn! Is there a way to see? Yeah. Estimation of BB set 1, I think. Yep, there you go. And it'll tell you. I'm sorry, Canadian. Your luck is crazy. Maybe get a scratch hit, though, because that's actually some kind of good luck in a way. I think that's like kind of like good luck to get my cat twice. You think about it? This one. I think I know 2 seconds. 1, 2. I'll do this one. Might switch these 1, 2. Between. I don't know what I'm missing. You're mid-sing, the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper! I want to get bad luck for everything until New Year's, then use all my good luck on this one specific thing. I believe in you. I believe in you. Actually, maybe I should do this too. I think this is no, it's this one. Retain. Scoot. I think this one works actually right here. Just a will guy. I want this one again. I don't want to focus it on this one. Like here. Thank you for the song request. Let's do like that. 1, 2. Okay, that's 2. Let's see. Hold on, is this? I like this song. It's such a vibe. I haven't used this one. I like this one. Hello, Condemned. Welcome on in. How you doing today? Could I stretch it? Oh, maybe I can. I like it. I just want to zoom it in a bit more so the focal point is her. Yeah, I think that's not bad. Boop, boop, boop. Save. And then I want in here, I want their art. That is expressive. This one is one of their more recent ones. And so this one. And then let me get this thing because it's faster. It's faster. Video transitions. Ooh, thank you for the next song request. Let's do a glow, maybe. And then let me add track. And then I'm gonna add in a few more art pieces. This one. I like this one a lot as well, actually. I think it's quite cool. Go down. Maybe I do want it to be on top. Wait, no. I think I'm right. Oh my goodness. Beep, boop. Please, just move down one frame. Yeah, there you go. Now we have this one, and then this one. This one. Maybe I'll do some art today. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I'm so finicky on what I want to do today. This one needs to be scooted and zoomed in on their VTuber. Where's my pop wobble? My favorite. Where's my pop wobble? That's the RGB splitter. Woo, Enshrined! Woo! Hi, Jailer. How you doing today? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome on in. We got fully funded. Now we hope we can reach some stretch goals for even more fun free stuff for you guys. That's mainly the plan. A lot of the stretch goals have us creating more stuff, more quality stuff. Have to leave. Have a nice one. Bye, Pocky. Thank you for stopping by and sharing your music. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go away. Go up. Oh my god. Da Vinci's getting on my nerves today. Hey, get on my nerves today. Let me tell you what. This one. Save. Okay, I gotta go pick a song. I just want to know what songs that they tend to play on their streams. Last live 3 minutes ago. Fuck. Oh, I'm not gonna know. Shit. Oh, they were worm. I wonder what music they listen to. Okay. I guess I'll pick for myself. Oh, actually, unless their TikToks tell me. Their TikToks could tell me, and then. This is not their TikTok. Where's their TikTok? Numb. They have like a Mario music in the background on that one. I think it's funny. Okay. I kind of got the mood. Who are we doing for V-Stars? This is definitely more for junk. Oh, I downloaded it. I can't pause it. Now my ear's gonna explode. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is words in it. I can't use the ones with words in it. Hmm. Scotland? Scotland is a tag in this? Scotland forever? Be some music. Nah. Please will get me back. It's kind of plain. Nah. Falling into the sea. Oh, please, 1 second to me. Let's not do bright. Let's do genre instead. Let's do upbeat. Where's pop? Pop. About punk rock. To the bar. Not forgetting me. No! Is the place you take a shower far though? It's not that far. It should be okay. Maybe not guitar. Let's do Diana. This one. Not this one. No. No, it's in my dorms. I just wiped off the water with my hands. Okay. Now you're just moist. Now you're just moist. What's this one? Oh, fuck. There's words in it. Yerp. I don't know what songs I want for this. Let's try punk. How does it feel to be a squeegee? Yeah, how does it feel? Hi, Miu. How you doing? I like this one. Cool. Cool. Even to me, you told me of it. Oh, it's this one. God damn it. Oh, it's fine. This is the wrong one. Oh, bravo. Thank you for the song request. I hope you're doing well, wife. Delete. Are you on your break? Oh, God. No. Alright, there you go. I am. Are you having a good day? I saw you were doing peak. I got packed for my vacay. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for you to take a vacay. I hope you have a wonderful little vacay. I'm going to grab dinner, so BLB. Have a good dinner. Have a good dinner. Pog. I just gotta do the snap captions. Scripts, comp, snap captions. Nope, not this one. The workflow one now. I'm gonna go get a protein bar real quick. I'll be right back. I not only grabbed a protein bar, but there was like a little ball of mozzarella in the kitchen that was left over from last night. So I'm eating it. It's mine now. Because for breakfast, I was gonna have a PB&J, but I think our bread is moldy, so I couldn't use it. And so I was mega sad. So I just had like 4 bowls of cereal, or not 4, but like 3 bowls of cereal. Just cut it off. But they're like little bits on all the bread. Like they're like little specklings on all of it. Mostly the outside, so we could cut it. I just didn't want to deal with it because I didn't get that much sleep last night. No, don't. Okay. Don't cut it off. Okay. Well, lucky for you, I didn't. I just kind of shoved it all back in the bag and was sad. Oh, wait. Throw it all away. Okay, I will. I'll get around to it, Vex. I'll make sure nobody eats it. Listen, when you run off of, like... I want to say 6 hours of sleep, but the problem is when I was sleeping for the first 3 hours, I was, like, half awake listening to Pixels have a meeting with Artie about the Enshrine stuff. Okay, when you're running off of 4 hours of sleep, you don't tend to do a lot. So I shoved the bread back in the bag, and I was like, yep, I'm done. We're gonna have cereal. But now I'm immensely hungry. I'm contemplating today being a shorter stream, and then tomorrow getting back in the swing of things. I think that's what I want to do, because, like, I don't know. I don't feel like, I'm like, maybe my brain is burnt. Unless there's any games I want to play. Steam is broken. Is it my internet? It might be my internet. Oh, it seems fine. I don't even know what game I'd play. I'm gonna post this now. What? Halo, perchance? I'd have to download Halo. I want something that's no brain. Mostly I just want to go back to sleep. Oh, I did these out of order. Oh. Edit dates, Thursday, save, edit date. I do a little before I pop in. You sound so eepy. Nap. Maybe, but I feel like if I were to nap, I'd want to go to bed. You know? I'd be a it's time for bed sort of dealio. My Pixels, he's honk chewing. I don't know. I'll think about it. I think the biggest thing is I just don't want to work anymore. I'm over it. I don't want to work. Fuck work. Yeah, fuck work. I mean, halfway fuck work, because I still have to finish my videos at least today. Oh, man. Man, I'm so bad at making sure I cut things properly, but I was tired, so I'm not like there's a lot I could do. I've seen that guy before. Yeah, it's Junk. Junk's great. Junk is good people's. Motherfucker, turn. It's static. What the fuck does a static mean? I forgot. If it means something that I don't know what it means. Oh, okay, no. Okay, we're good. Junk. In the past. Leave a whore, but I'm still wearing clothes. It's joyride. Oops. Tonight. My city. I think junk wave is just one word, so I gotta fix that. Yeah, it is. Do. Used. And this one needs to be junk wave again. Ugh. Damn. I want an exclamation point. Exclamation point. Beep, beep, beep. Boop, boop. I actually did like a mini interview with Junk one time. It was actually kind of cool. That I did for the Zine that I used to do. And now I feel like, you know, come full circle, make a video on him. God damn it. I keep splitting the word junk wave. It makes me upset. Oh, goodness. I forgot. At least I wrote them down. Teehee. Generate. Nikku. I'm just gonna scoot the boot. Boop. Okay, and then we replace this. Clip operations replace. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. And then we want to add a track. We want to copy and paste. We want to link clips. We want to bring this up one. And Jersey BZ will go there. This one. Actually, this one can go up here and then link it. This one can go here. And then we can clip operations, replace. Doopy 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 doo. This one. Oh, why is it linked? I thought I unlinked you. No. Okay. And then the last one, which is this one, junk dump. Maybe I will take a nap today. Maybe today is a nap day. Link clips. Oh, okay. This one needs to go here. Oops. Effects. Swoop. Okay, okay. And now we start adding the clips. I think this is the same as the one we just did, right? 78, 420, yeah. Top 78, 420. A little bit. Actually, that's fine, I think. Cool, and then I just want to take these guys. Oh shit, I can't. Fuck. Effects. Pull this down. 0.2. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, it's 0.0. Okay. I was right. Boop. Oops. Boop. Okay. And then let's do add track. This one. I'll do this one. Link clips. And then what the boop, what the boop, what the boop. One, two. Like that, and then let's do you could just go in order. I think ain't nothing wrong going in order. Pardon moi. What's up? What's up? Ooh, David Bowie, good pick. Baby junk. And then this one. Apply, retain. Interpreted sideways. Thank you. This one. And collapse this one, this one, this one. Apply. I think that's about it. It's a little bit. 1, 2, 3. It's more like 3. Let's go back a little bit more. And then do this. Retain. Bring him up. Come on. What? Okay, there. We'll do 2 seconds. 1, 2. And then we'll go back to the clippies, which is this one. Apply, retain. Do this one. I like David Bowie. Right, there we go. And then this one. Waiting in the sky. Like sensations. Do you like Superman? I do like Superman. Henry Cavill's my favorite one though. Why are you smiling like that? Should I be worried? It's just the one that I grew up with. What do you think of the recent one? I haven't watched the recent one yet. I heard it's really good though, so I want to watch it with chat sometime. So I think that would be fun. But I heard a lot of good things about it. Vex sends us a lot of clips of it. Or, well, edits of it. So I'm not really getting spoilers. And waiting in the sky. Apply, retain, except this way. And waiting in the sky. Okay, we're Suzer fan faction wars. What's that mean? It's so peak. I vexed. I want this part. And then this part. And then we did Let's do it this way. 1, 2. Yeah, and then the last one can be of a Yu-Gi-Oh clip. Let's go. It'll be this one. Nope. I thought I said to not link, you bum. Didn't you really get on my nerves today? Yeah, we're just chatting. This one. Actually, let's do this one. Link clips. Apply, retain. I want the glasses to be off and then get toggle on. I actually kind of like the amount of mouth movement that's here on this one's. Cha-cha. There's quite the energetic personality. Link clips. This was a good one. Yonk. Which one do I want to do next? Let's do this one. Did I use this one yet? Might have. No, I haven't. Cool. The seasons change. Could all turn into fall in on. I haven't used this one. I think this one. Retain. And you feel the same. Okay, there we go. How long is this clip? 1, 2. Let's do 3. Let's extend it to the end. Music on. Apply, retain. He's got a whole ass like deck arm. That's really cool. I didn't realize he had the whole ass like arm. That's cool. Ooh, wait, I kind of like this. Wait a second. Wait a second, like you're always cruising. So what if we did? I want this to come here. That kind of works out really well, actually. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Alright, let's suit these. And then get this song in here that I wanted. And then I'll take the last, I think second. And then fade it out. Boop. 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 This works. We did good. I just need to do the captions now. And then maybe I take a nap. I might take a nap. Chat, you promise you'll wake me up if I take a nap? Can't promise I take a nap. There's this one. Oh. Actually, that works great, actually. Luckily enough, that actually works. Default. Foundation is all. Because that was. Yeah, it's fine. And default. Advanced. Remove. Create. I really wish I could, like, stop it halfway, because I really don't need it to be the whole thing, but it's okay. It's okay. I don't know if I want to scoot this up. I think I do, if there's room for it. Ugh, no there isn't. Okay, then that means we gotta scoot these down. Okay, this one, and then we do it again, except we do it in the current text, and then we do here, and then go here, and go here, and then we go generate. Now I should do the new ones. I want it all. There we go. Boop. So first off, this needs to go here. And then we'll do 0.9. And then we'll bring it back down. And we'll apply. Let's go. Boop, boop. Boop. Save. Save, 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 save. And then we got another one done. I bet it been a Alright. I think it's nap time. I think it's nap time. And then we'll do the last video. And then I'll do something else. I don't know what else I'll do, but I'll do something else. Alright. It's nap time. Nope. 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 This one. I don't think I have. I like this. The one, I guess. No, I need to do this. I really gotta make like a toggleable bed thing, because I never remember to make one. 29, there you go. Take a nap. Gonna take a nap. small schnoz. Oh shit, wait, chat's like not in the right spot. There you go. Nap time, yeah, just little baby nap time. I think I got like an actual like 5 hours of sleep last night. So I was only like, I wasn't like fully asleep for a lot of it. Like half asleep, so eepy time. Just tiny little baby nap. Just a tiny little baby nap. I gotta put on our chat bedtime list. Oh, good nap. Thank you, wife. Thank you. Come here, BLT. It's time for a nap, buddy. I don't know how to hide that. So I guess I'll just not move my mouse. Alright. Flip the iPhone over. Now we're gonna take a nap. I'm only sleeping. Nap time. 30 minutes. Unzip this. Unpin it after 30 minutes. Alright. We have a pillow and a blanket, chat. I need to put on the playlist. Oh my god. Okay. I forgot the pillow. Yeah, it's on the floor. Okay. I did it. I did it. Come here, chat. Come here, chat. Oops. Okay. Now time to set an alarm. Guys, you better wake me up in 30 minutes, alright? Only 30 minutes. If we sleep longer than that, then I'll go to sleep. And that'll be crazy, because, like, I'm still streaming. And my mic's unmuted, so, yeah, what's that? Nap time is now over. Ooh, I just knocked over my water bottle. Ooh, that would have been spooky. Ooh. Oh my goodness. In my tiny nap, I had premonitions. Hi, Star. Hi. My tiny little nap, I had premonitions of ideas of video edits that I want to do, and now I'm motivated again. Oh, fuck my neck. But hello, come on in. Oh, goodness. I have ideas, chat ideas. We're gonna go to art to do these ideas because I think these are artsy fartsy ideas. I mean, I have one more video to edit, but you tired? Yeah, we kind of stayed up a bit late last night. Pixels hasn't slept in like a few days. I can share all the ideas. Yippee! He's only gotten like 3 hours of sleep for the last like week. The title is Amazing Sadly with no working with oh wait, that's his boo. No. But I got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep last night where we're all very tired. We were up late crunching for the Kickstarter. But we're good now. I'm good now. I'm awake now. I am back and I'm motivated. Like, motivated with ideas. Yeah, I miss my oh, yee-haw. Yee-naw. That's how I feel about it. Yee-naw. Right. I feel better. I feel better. Holy shit, Pocky. Thank you. Holy fuck. Let's go. Thank you. Holy fuck. Superstar. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for gifting us up to RPG Player 34, Cherry Lemonade VT, Cannibal, Daedalus, and Virtual Mana. Be sure to thank them for your subs. Thank them for your subs if you're here. You better be thanking them. Thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate it. It means the fucking world to me. You keep the lights on here. Keep me motivated. Keep me doing as I'm doing. But I have some fucking sick ideas for kind of like a... I don't know. Here, let me play the song. I have the song in here. This song. Not that one. Come on. Play it. I think I have to turn it up. This song. I have an idea for this one. And I don't know if I'm gonna finish it or not, because I feel funny if I finish this edit before the intro edit that we were working on. But I might do it anyway. I just have to find a TikTok that has this audio on it. Oh, I just gotta find a video with it. Eyes on me. Oh yeah, that reminds me, TwitchCon is this weekend. I hope everybody has fun with it. Let's see. I kind of like this. I want the edit to be like this. The like kind of the shaking and the blur. Oh my god, you're 6 out of 8. Holy shit. 6 out of 8. Holy fuck. You're like catching up to people who like have had theirs for a while. Eyes on me, baby. I know what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Oh, I should I was trying to see if I could do the sound. Yeah, there you go. I want to see if I can find an edit of someone else. Yeah, I want to do one to that song because I think that could be fun. I got both the rares. If you do exclamation BB set 1, it'll tell you which ones you have. And then if you have the Headless Horseman and the Grim Reaper, you have both of the rare ones. Which, man, might be easy pickings for you if that's the case. Yeah, you just need Miu and Soyoung, which are the easier ones to get. So you might actually be the first one to get yours. It depends. Maybe it's... No, it has to be the other one, yeah? Yeah, it's gonna be the other one. Okay, I'm just gonna use this video then. Because it's got the stuff on it. It's got the words on it. Let's change our outfit. Oh, my arm doesn't work with this one, though. Okay. A new horizon, the federal style. And like gone like doesn't never stop. Here's a message beat. Windmill for the land, love forever, hand in hand. It all is on your side. Oh, good man, Cannibal. Thank you. Like wasting all my luck on. Hey, listen. The Canadian was using all their bad luck on the RNGs, you know? So you could accumulate some bad luck. Good job, Daedalus. Thank you for saying thank you. And praise the Pocky. Like the dust, no sound on Saturday. Don't stop, get it. Not to okay. Before I get too distracted. Imagine there's a chance where the RNG takes back a plush you got. That would be so unfortunate. Every time you got a dupe, it cancels it out. It's like, nope, gotta take it back. That'd be crazy. It'd be funny though. I could see that being on like a Mr. Beast like rage bait channel. To be honest with you, I could see that happening. Toot toot. Oh, look at that! You got the tea emote. I like it. Spill the tea. Your song, it is breaking, falling down. She just wants to... How was the nap? Good. I'm back in action. I am motivated again. Heck yeah. I return my food? Ooh, what kind of food? Happy. Very motivated. I want to get this done. And that way I can... I have idea for an edit I want to do. My wrist has been feeling funky lately. And this time it's my left wrist, which is a little concerning. Wait, okay. Wait. I think I just had to pop my knuckles. Alrighty. I feel like I should go wake up Pixels. I'll wake him up at 5. Because then he'll get like a nice 8 hours of sleep. No, that's fine. Headwind Studios. For over a year. Never let to your process of mine. Hey, wait. Alright, save, and then I'm going to grab seafood with ramen, so miso ramen, spinach, and slow cooked chicken. Like, fuck, that sounds good. Wonder what we'll have for dinner today. I've still been sleeping all day, so I've been fending for myself. I ate a little handful of mozzarella earlier. So I was like, yes. Yes. Headwind Studios. I think that's their at. Hold on, let me make sure. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Okay, this is the ad. There we go. Especially the chef de cuisine. Yes, very much so. He very much enjoys making dinner, so I don't take that from him. I'm also not very cook savvy, you could say. I am much more of a baker. Clip operations, relink selected clips. Video edit. No, it's in the Enshrine folder. Everyone cook. Oh yeah, I get that everybody can cook, just like everybody can draw, anybody can. But it's the time. He's awake. Good morning. How are you feeling? Did you sleep good? Is it in here? Baking is the anal. I thought you said baking is anal. Like, I thought it was just straight up baking is anal. But yeah, it can be. For me, it's more therapeutic. Cooking stresses me out for some reason, so I'm not one for cooking, but I very much enjoy where the fuck is the video trailer? Is it in trailer? It's in trailer. I very much enjoy baking. It's like my thing. Hello, Pixels. How ya doing, Pookie? You sleeping well? Pocky gifted us subs today. He gave us a hype train. Very nice of them. 13 cooking, that'll be fun. Okay. I want some of these clips, like this one. I think I want this section. Copy, and then we're gonna go to, oh my gosh. Damn, it keeps censoring anal. Anal in the sense that it's exact. Yeah, in a way it's exact, but for me it's a lot based on vibes. A lot based off of vibes for some reason for me. Move track up. There we go. Perfect. I don't know what this song is, but I'm kind of vibing with it. You know what this song reminds me of? It reminds me of what the fuck is it called? What is the Drake and Josh song? I found a way. By the First Aid Kit? Is that by us? Drake Bell? Oh, there it is. I took you. Supporting full-time streaming. I love you, Pocky. Mwah. If I looked at it right now, hold on. If I look at it right now, I'm very afraid to look because I'm a small little guy. What is it at? What is the number at? Subpoints 93. If I became partner, we'd essentially be halfway there to me being full-time. I know there's a good amount of work that I need to do with networking, so it's not far-fetched, honestly. At this point, because of you guys, it's really not that far-fetched. Alright, let me zoom this in a bit. Actually, does this have cropping? 78, 131. Retain. Oop. How much left? Don't know how this works. Okay, so essentially, unfortunately, how it works right now is that right now I'm an affiliate, so we'll do A as where I'm at right now. Twitch, so I get the money, right, that you give me for subs, and then it get divided by half, or like divided in half. So half of it goes to Twitch, and then half of it goes to me. I'll put a smiley face for me, okay? But if I can reach partner, that essentially gets cut in half. Or the amount of subs I need gets cut in half. So, like, right now, I think I need, like... We wrote it down. Hold on. We wrote it down somewhere. Where is it? Find be so simple, but I found a way. Okay, it's very... The last song and this song is very different. Uh-oh. I don't know why it made me feel like it was so similar. Hold on. I wrote it down. I think it's, like... But, unfortunately, it's, like, we need, like, 300 subs. I think. That's why I say with partner. I can only do it if I get partner. Is that kind of the thing? Edit. Hold on. It's gonna take some time to... Yeah, okay. Well, 500. So it would be like 500. So I'd need 500 subs in order to go full time with affiliate. But with partner... What is the Twitch partner split? 70-30. So... If I become partner, this split then becomes 30% to Twitch and then 70% to me. And then I'd only need like 250 subs to go full time. But in order for partner to happen, I have to average 75 viewers for like 3 months. And so that's the hard part. There's no doubt in my mind that I could financially become like full time, but it only will work with how big I am right now if I become a partner. And right now with Twitch's algorithm of not... So, Pocky, if you don't know, Twitch has a system where it counts viewers, right? And some people put me on in the background. They don't chat. They just put me on in the background. And that counts as a lurk. We love lurkers. Lurkers are dedicated people, and we love them. So we have lurkers, which will count as a view. And then we have active chatters, like you and some others, that also count as a view. So in the ideal world, I'd have 2 viewers if I had 1 lurker and 1 chatter. However, Twitch is kind of looking at lurkers and being like, you don't exist. So essentially, if I had even, let's say, like 10 lurkers and 10 chatters, this should be 20. With Twitch cutting out the lurker portion, it only reads it as 10. So it makes it really hard right now to get partner. So what I'm just gonna do now is hope and pray that Twitch fixes it. Maybe start multi-streaming next month if everything goes well this month with Enshrined. And then hopefully just keep doing what I'm doing. Giving love to everybody, hanging out, being supportive, being your friend, being here every fucking day, because that's all. The consistency is key. Do you have the extension that shows what your views would be? No, because so I can show you my OBS really quick. It's gonna like, okay, it won't now. Okay, so this is what my OBS looks like. I hide the number from myself. The only time I know when my number is... Squisho mode, you got it. So 250 to 250, 700. No, 700. 75 average viewers equal partner. 500 subs equal full-time with affiliate. 250 subs equal full-time if partner. I think if that makes sense. So it's a hard climb. It's a hard climb. But like, I don't know. I'm much further than I was. Last year, we were averaging like 4 viewers. Now we're averaging like 17. But I don't look at the number. I don't look at the number. The only time I have ever looked at the number is when I have to go raid out. And I have to turn to squish mode. That was the thing. Is when I go raid out and when Pixels tells me. I am so afraid to look at the number because it will get in my head that I just don't look at it. Oh, my hat. Oh, my hat. I'm a goofy goober now. I'm a goofy goober rock. But yeah, I don't look at it because I get scared. I'm in denial. Yup. No luxuries, just bills and rent. But I believe that someday we'll get there. I'm not trying to push us to do it anytime soon. It's, you know, it's just a thing that we'll get to do eventually, and that means more than enough to me. Honestly, it means more than anything that you guys are just here hanging out with me. The fact that I can say I have... DJ, would you shut the fuck up? Okay, sorry. No, see, now I forgot what I was talking about because of the DJ. I think I want the bottom half. Ruining them all, I know. But I'm just thankful for you guys. Like, how, so realistically, I started on and off streaming. I started back in, it says it on my Twitch account. It says it, I wrote it down, I think. Or when I got affiliate. Okay, Gordy was 66, he's so cool. I'm not looking. Don't think I looked. I didn't look. I got affiliate in 2021. My handwriting is jank. I'm sorry. In 2021. If you're reading this, you matter. Yeah! And I love you guys. And I love the universe. And you're part of the universe. And I love you. But I started streaming in 2021. I've been doing this for like... But in 2021, I only streamed like 2-3 days a week. Maybe. And then this kept happening all the way up until 2024. And then in 2020, up until I think October, all up until October of 24 to now, have I been streaming daily. Wow, I can't write. And... between October 2024, I think I was averaging like 4 viewers, and now we're probably at like 15, and that's more than double. And that's fucking shit insane. And I can't wait for the day that I know this shit's gonna pay off, because this growth doesn't mean nothing. This growth doesn't mean nothing. That I can't wait for the day that all of you are streaming. If we're gonna get to easy, we got 65. That... on God, if everybody, if only I could, I did the baby math in my brain. If half of the people that were following me gave me $1, I would be fine. $1. And it's crazy to think that I have that many followers. So we just got to keep crunching. You know, we just got to keep crunching. And then someday we'll be so hulked out because we'll be the last standing VTuber, because I'm going to be a VTuber till I get old. That will be just... my idea is that we'll be the last one standing and nothing will stop us, because I don't know. Why not? Open a Ko-fi. I have a Ko-fi. But... you know, I'd rather give back, so I have commissions and streaming, and honestly, gifting subs honestly means more to me because it grows the community, because sometimes the subs will get thrown at people who don't know what the channel is, and then they'll get to come in and be like, oh, thank you for the sub, what's this channel about? And I think that's fun. Alright, I'm gonna be a Weenie Hut Jr., and I'm gonna reuse footage I used for the TikTok that I created for ENSHRINED. Because I can. I want to do this one here. Can I do this whole thing here? No, fuck, it's too short. I could do this one. No! Is it too short? For Rick? For Rick? No. But this is where it starts. Okay. Ooh. Honestly, I'm just here to have a good time and talk with you guys. I don't know. Is that a gooberish thing to say? I like being here with you guys. It's more fun. Making money is cool and all, but I just like talking to you guys. I like being this idea of someone that you can talk to every day. If maybe like your friends are busy, but you just want someone to talk to, I'm here. Maybe, I don't know, you're having an off day and you just want someone random to tell someone something to. I'll be here and I'll cheer you the fuck on. Or if you're having a bad day and you need me to be the fuck out of somebody, I'll be the fuck out of somebody. No sweat, I'll do it. No hesitation. I also like being here. Fuck it. Psh, you're not a random. I would hope not, but I like being the idea of someone that like you can just tell everything to. This music is too loud. What's happening? I fucked up my UI. Okay. As I was saying, hold on, do I have it? Hold on, wait, it's like a sort of thing that I'm not supposed to show. So hold on. I'll have to like zoom into it. Fight me. Ba 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 ba. Did it work? Did it work at all? Was it in here? Where is it? Okay. So there was a time where I had a manager who helped me try to grow. And he did help me grow. Shout out to Nikki. He's amazing. His name is Stealth Shampoo. We love him. But there was like this sheet that I had to fill out about like who I am and stuff like that. And I had to be very specific. And what I learned out of like doing this is like, and also no, if Taijiro ever see this, I don't hate you, man. You're just really cool, and like I just want to be you, and that's why you're my competitor, because I just want to be you. Okay. But the biggest thing I learned is I want to be someone that you grow with, because I'm at a stage of my life. I'm 25 years old. A lot of things are gonna happen for me. I have a lot of things I have planned, and a lot of you two do as well. A lot of you are working through life, getting in relationships, going to college, starting new jobs, a bunch of things. So it's like, I want to be there with you as you grow, and I think that's fucking sick. And they also had me do this thing where I had to write down very specific personas of people who I think should be in my audience. And so I thought that's interesting. And I kind of did that. It was interesting. But, yeah. I love you guys. I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Tee. Oh, right. I was editing a video. Alright. It's fun. And I'm glad. Honestly, Star, I'm so excited for your shit. On God. I'm so excited for your shit. I forgot what folders I needed. No, just synthetic. So fucking electric. Thank you, of course. Oh, I have to stretch this clip out. Fuck. I don't wanna. What the fuck is TikTok Pro? What is TikTok Pro? Why does it say TikTok Pro? What the fuck is TikTok Pro? What? What? The fuck is TikTok Pro the thing where you can download things with? I don't know. Is that the watermark? I don't know. That can't be it though, because it has the. I don't know. What the fuck is TikTok Pro, and do I have to have it? Link clips. Da da dee da 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 do da ba 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 da ba do boo. All right, retain. This goes all the way out here. And then where is the credits? Because I need the credits for all these. Because I ain't going to be caught red-handed without doing the credits. You know what I'm saying? Wife back. Hello, wife. How you doing? How was nap? Nap was very good. I feel very motivated now. I was kind of cranky earlier, so I'm happy that I'm not. There's a guy. Good. Yeah. How you doing? You on break again? Oh, wait. Are you still on break? Did you get your food? Did you get your food? I did some cleaning, but I got some more packing to do. Oh, you're done with steam. Cool. Sounds good. I hope you get your packing done, and then you can rest. I'm excited for your vacation. I hope you have... Will you take lots of pretty pictures for me? I ate dinner. What'd you have for dinner? What did you have for dinner? Okay, let's do this one. Yeah, I ain't streaming no more. I did baby stream. Understandable. I was thinking of doing a baby stream earlier, but I took a nap and now I feel pog. So it's okay. We have... Oh, you had bibimbap for dinner? Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Do this. Did I do this monkey? I don't know if I've done that monkey. I haven't done this. It's a web P though. It's not gonna work. What about this one? Makes me want more. Yeah. Or they used shaved chicken and it was so good. What is shaved chicken? What does that mean? Also, thank you for the song request. I'm to hold you so tight, so tight. This one, make it bigger. This baby. Oops. Refreshing my little soda pop. You're all I can think of every time I drink up. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. It's very thin. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. That's cool. My little soda pop. What? My little soda pop. Make the cat bigger. And then I replace... Oh no! R-E-S. R-E-S. I don't know what the last picture should be. I'm gonna make it this weird fetus mouse. Yeah. I don't know why, but we will. Okay. And then I just gotta do the snap captions, and then I'll be done. And then I want to do something cool. It might come out a little cringy, but you guys gotta bear with me. I mean, if you think about it, at the end of the day, aren't all edits of anything just a little cringy? If you think about it, you know. So it's like I think it's okay. I think it'll be okay. Default, advanced settings. You got this, wife. Thanks. I'm essentially doing kind of a thirst trap of my VTuber, and I think it's gonna be cool, but also a little silly. I think it'll be cool, but it might be a little silly. My little bean just staring at you. Thank you. What is this caption plugin? This is Snap Captions. There is a free version. Hell yeah, there's Javi. You're so cute. It's called Snap Caption. A new one came out. Lemon Squeezy. Or let's just do Snap Captions by Ors and Lord. This one. Wife got me! Yippee! It is this. It's very nice. So all you have to do with this one is you create your subtitles with the Unfortunately, it is an AI tool, but it's not an AI tool like that. And then you create snap captions. The image has gone away from me. There is version 1 which works through scripts. It works like this, which is more native, and that one's cheaper than the second one. But the second one has more of like unique and I think more popularized like animated text. For Premiere also, let me check. This might just be a DaVinci thing. I think it might just be a DaVinci thing. I don't know if there's for Premiere Pro. Enabled text snapping and perfect positioning in Adobe. What is this? I'm presuming that Adobe would have its own type. No, that's just position. Animated subtitles. Adding. Ooh, this sounds a little spicy because it's quite a bit more manual. It's very interesting how Premiere Snap Captions to playhead. If there's a shortcut snapping function, create captions. Yeah, I'm not sure how one would do it in Premiere personally. A lot of my captions come from DaVinci. I know quite a few people do it in CapCut as well. So that's cool. Updated the thirst trap. Damn, I leave for 10 minutes. It's okay, we haven't started it yet. Elaine, what's your favorite green? Forest green or goblin green? Both, they're very similar. Goblin green is a bit more of an olive. DaVinci Master Race, I can't escape it. It has a really good free version. I'm sorry. And that Adobe product make me pee sad. Pee sad. Me people sad. Me pee small. Me pee sad. Content. Okay. Did I upload everything I needed to do? I think I did. Edit labels, render, save, edit labels, render, edit label. And like greens, the food, but good to know. Oh, asparagus. I like asparagus, green beans, and lettuce. Lettuce? The bottom of lettuce, though. Images. Yeah, I don't like this part. I like this part. This part's like okay. Feels like I'm just eating a lot of organic paper. Yeah, I like the core. It's crunchy and it's really juicy. Lettuce, top 3 lettuce. Then you can have my yes. I like green no, I like red leaf lettuce. I don't know, this isn't in any order. Red leaf lettuce, butterhead lettuce, and iceberg lettuce. Endive is pretty good too. Endive lettuce is actually pretty good too. But red leaf, iceberg, and butterhead are I think the one I eat the most. I recently learned about butterhead like a year ago, and it's so smooth. Like out of all the lettuces, I think I might like butter lettuce like top 2, just because of how smooth it is. But I really like the big core lettuces because I like eating the cores. I like eating the cores because they have so much water and I feel hydrated. I like having lettuce thinly sliced. That makes sense. Pixels makes when he makes salad and we just get a head of like lettuce, he chops it really thin and it makes me feel like a bunny rabbit. I feel like a bunny rabbit when I eat it. Iceberg lettuce. The saving and the finish is way off. Whoops. Okay, hold on. I have to go fix. I have to go fix something. Yeah, yo, banya. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you for the wellness check. My blanket is stuck underneath my chair. Give me my blanket. Give it. He's just cooking some for real. He does a lot of roast. Like I'll every time he cooks something, I'll take pictures, trailer, and I'll tag you in them in the Discord, so that way you can see them. But yes, I got my stepson. Yippee! Your stepson is like in front of the chat currently. All right, hold on. I made an oopsie. Pin set. No, it's not the pin set. It's the. No, it is a pin set. My bad. It's because I was making the template and I forgot to edit it. Boop. And then an export. And it's just the pin set. Export. What? You should do the full price. Like, it not that price. But, okay, I fix. Shit, hold on, I have to fix multiple things. I think it's this one, this one, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, it is, okay. Come invincible. Turn this off. Did I lock them? I did lock them, fuck. Why won't this one let me? Oh, is it because it's overlapping with it? I think it's because it's overlapping with it. Boom, boo, doo, doo, doo. Export, export. Me to live right. I'm gonna go back to the Kickstarter and fix that really quick. Oops, all dice needs to have. Dice. This is the button, or not buttons, stickers. This is the pins. I'll take my whiskey neat. I'll be back in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Take my whiskey neat. Coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. Alright, all fixed. So if I refresh, should be all good. Yippee! Okay. What is the thing? I feel like I'm forgetting something. It's like, we have to fix the stretch goals, but I don't want to do that right now, so we can do that later. Did I put this on the wrong ear? No, I just need to take my headset off for a second. And itch my ear, because my ear itches. Oh, yes. Put early backer special free rune Dracton on this image. Or whatever is header image. As a vine, sweet as a grape. Also maybe like a funded 3 hours or something. Where is it? Oh, this one. It's this one. Chapelwick did the... Banger songs only here, indeed. Can I post this now? Yes! I didn't want to have to redraft that fucking tweet. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, I'm gonna do my thing now. Alright, hold on. Let me look at this edit. Because I want to see how it feels. I want to see how it feels. Move.
Okay, I like it. Picasso.
Wait, can I make that centered? I like this one, but I want to make it... Can I center me on this screen? Oh. I think... Ooh, this should be the end of this. So maybe we just do one more clip that's like right there. So let's try it. Okay, okay, cool. I have to grab one more clip then for myself for this, and then I might call it. I might call it good, and you know, get the subtitles in here, and then yeah. Ooh, song request. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's this one? What's this one? Yeah, this game was hard. When Shem's try to fucking kill me, I'm using this one. Hey, that's us. Yeah, most of my clips are with us now. TikToks. I don't know where all these clips are, so I'm just gonna put it here, I guess. Have post-op notes. Dude, I like this song. What the fuck? If God didn't want us to snort worms, what the fuck? What the fuck? If God, he wouldn't have made them cylindrical? What the fuck, Vex? It kind of hits hard though. I'm putting this in my like songs. It hits hard though. It's a weird title. It's I don't know. It's like a bumpin' song, but it's like the title is if God didn't want us to snort worms, why did they make it cylindrical? As any banger, it's a way too short. Oh yeah, it's only like what, a minute? I already forgot what I was doing. TikToks? Actually, does this one go in here? I think it's fine. Yeah, I can go in there. This was my first clip where my mic doesn't peak, so I gotta use it. Oh, I love this song. countdown begins in Tokyo. Days to go without you. I'm in a reckless fever, love-struck girl, I tease her, thought I'd never be her. I might have to turn that clip down. Sing Hardy's hymn. Oh, maybe not. Over time we'll have you in my world. What a nurse it is to be a lover girl. Do I have any of them where it's like split screen, or did I just... feelings down. I'm screaming you fucking whore while being a little shrimp. Oh my god, Teeny has one of those dancing emotes. That's so cute. In a reckless fever, love-struck girl, I tease her, and I'd never be her. Quite the job you've done on me, sir. You've been hosting parties in my mind. I'm working for time. You have you in my world. What a curse it is to be a love's right way at the like a high school baby. Morning to me. I like that wife and I have matching emote. What the fuck is that one? I like that one. I tease her what I'd never be her wife. I know you working, but I shared my project with you, Kiki. I want to see. Sting parties. Oh, I love their calico. Is this someone? Is this someone? Who is this? Did a really good job. God, I love your rendering. You're so good at art. It's Indy. Indy Catboy now. He's Cowboy. Very cool. He's a good test subject for you. I like it. You did a very good job. I love the hair and the tail. It's like one of my favorites. Hi, Vika. Hi, Vika. He kept meowing at me, so I said I'd make him a Catboy. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this really quick. I want to show you this to you guys really quick. Open volume mixer. How kitty cow lurker here? Thank you, Vika, my dear. We're gonna put this on browser so that way it doesn't get capped in the audio. Okay, it might be a little loud, so but we're gonna watch it. We're watching this as a family, okay? I think it's really cool and I want to show it to you. Mostly the ending, but that's gonna be my fucking intro, dude. That's the plan for my fucking intro. That's the entirety of my intro right there. I'm gonna put like right here, I'm gonna put like live Monday through Fridays till I get tired. But fuck yeah. Gas wife, what if I made you a PNG in my style so we all in oh bro, if we did I would just wear yours. Every time we collab I would just match your art style because that would be so cute. Dick at me is the best clip. Yeah, I remember that day. I said a lot of things I regret, but yeah, wife, that'd be heckin' awesome. Whenever you want, though, you know. Ain't no rush for me. I'm always gonna be here. I'm always gonna be here. I need my logo though, and I never made a PNG black and white one. No, you're fine. You're totally good. You're totally good. My timing was also a little whoopsie boopsie there. I just want it to be like, is there a soft light? There's a soft light, and we can just go like this. And then, but I love you, and of course, I'd love to match you in anything. Full with the slowest heart. I need text. I just want this one to be done so that way I can work on the thirst trap one. Twitch.tv/maincoow. Okay, I should make separate ones. No problem. What is this? Oh, this is like the... I see. This one, settings. Let's make it bigger with... I think I might do blinkies. No, I should... Yeah, let's do Blinky Star. Just because that's so legible. Black shadow, blue border. Oop, not this one. Boop, boop. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, wait, I need the... What are the safety things for this? I need the safety guide. The safety guide. Oh, not that one, this one. Make it big. And then this one can be live Monday to Friday. 2 p.m. PST till... I'm tired. Till... till 2 p.m. PST to till EP PM PST. I think that makes sense. Between these two if you want. I'll turn it up a little bit. Hold on, I gotta give PNG to WAF. These ones. Oh, nice. Oh, I should have done this in the same. Oh, boy. I'm getting confused because this is the wrong order. What is happening? Elaine can't do the brain. There you go. And then we'll put this down here. Should I make this purple? I think I might have to. I should make this purple because then it's associated with Twitch color. What is Twitch color? Twitch has specific color. Twitch color? Yeah, it's like that color. There you go. Should I invert that though? Should it be and custom color? Boop. No, I think that's fine. So then it goes. And then we do the video transition. I always like the pop wobble. Pop wobble has, or should I do the glow maybe? Glow's kind of cute too. I like pop wobble. It's just more dynamic in my opinion. Copy, paste. What is this? Oh, this is my logo. Oh, add track. Alrighty, thank you for the song request, wife. Why is it not changing? Okay, there we go. I think that's fun. Boop. That's pretty good. And then I want to add in one more picture. Oh, it's this song. I know this song. I know this song. Wait, I should just do that as a thing. I should do that as a thing. Tumalo is a go. I quite like this song. Okay, all the audio stuff is done now. Oh. Hi. How'd you eat? Understandable. I was gonna get you up, but you woke up right before I was gonna wake you up. The bread is moldy.
Cool.
I was very sad because I don't want to make a lot, and I was gonna make us PB&J, so you had a PB&J for when you woke up, and I saw it was moldy, so I just sadly ate 3 bowls of cereal, the mozzarella that was in the kitchen, and the protein bar. Okay. It's okay. I fended for myself. I could have had the whole bag of Cheez-Its. But I didn't. Thank you. Pixel says he's proud of me for not eating just the Cheez-Its. Let's see how this looks. Oh, that's very interesting. Who is... Ooh, there is something I need to change on the Kickstarter because I realized I want to switch this. One thing. I think it's in here. This. I want to switch this. Share Cheez-Its, please. You got it. How many do you want? You want a little baggie? I often give myself like a little baggie of them. And then be like, this is my... Oh my god. Okay, I'll talk about it later. But I give myself a baggie because we get the Costco amount. All of it, you can have the rest of it. I think we have like egg left. Oh, we have goldfish. Do you want goldfish too? I can mix it in. Also, oh my god, I didn't know Italians could have the name Sabatucci. Sabatucci is such a fun name to say. Sabatucci. We call him Saba. He's one of our artists. And he's the one that made one of the stickers that I really like. He made this one. He made the Warden sticker. And some of the other ones, I just don't know which. But they did the Warden one, really cute. And they did some other art too. That's not the only thing. But their name is Sabatucci, and I think that's so fun to say. Sabatucci. I should do a... Fuck, I need to do a thing for the Discord for Enshrined. I should do this first, though. Should I wait that long? I think I gotta scoot stuff. And I think this needs to line up. Why can't I move it? Let me move it. It's because of... Son of a bitch. Okay. There you go. Oops. There we go. I don't think I'll do subtitles for that part, because I think the audio itself takes it away. I'm a hybrid cat cow lichmera. Oh shit, I see. Lichmera. Ooh. Love. I'm a cat cow. I meant cat cow. No, that can be. I don't see raving. Where is this part? The audio's like kind of gone for this one. Or, oops. Here I... So... I'll have to actually time these, actually. I think about it. Oops. TV / cow. Organize chaos. That is the Milk Club. It's the wait, the milk. Oh, okay, this actually was good. Milk Club. I don't know what noise I just made there. That was a really weird. Milk. I think the rest of this doesn't need. cool. I just realized you guys were still listening to it. I forgot. Sorry. Sorry. I forgot. Snap captions. This one, this one. Oh, I didn't add the new. Remove bin, delete, snap captions, new, workspace, workflow, snap integrations. Okay, now I'm going to do bin, current text. Where's current text? My default create. You go away for a second. Baby machine. Okay, I was gonna say, where did I put all this? All day, every day, therapist, mother maid. Oh my god. Live. Just want to make like this stuff not as transparent. Maybe that's a lie. Oh, actually, where is it? Live on. Live on Kickstarter, free miniature. Wait, what did they word it as? Free miniature. All early backers. And funded. Okay, wait. This should be live on Kickstarter. And I'll be like, I want to use the ones that I used in the thingy. Back on. Time. Take us back to where we were. And repay Marie life on the wall. And then I want to do funded in 3 hours. It would look like will happen. Wait, it should be funded in 3 hours, 90 minutes? 90 minutes sounds more better than 3 hours. 90 minutes. 90 minutes is a hour and a half. Do we know specifically when we got funded? I think I can check. Dashboard. Let me look at it. Raised. Can we hold on? Okay, hold on, I have to hide this now. Trying to see if it says when we hit it. bit of empathy. So I went to bed at like 10 and it was at like 17,000. Is that you made with? Oh man, okay. 120 seconds? 120 minutes? Backed in, funded in. 120 minutes. 120, 60, that's 2 hours. First 3 hours. I think funded in the first. I don't know how I want to word this. I want to look it up. Better ways to word funded in 3 hours. I feel like it was 2 hours. Was it really? I feel like it wasn't 3 hours. Is he going? A new way to see it took for us to get back. I felt like it was less than 3 hours. The life you gave me. To better word funded in Okay, I guess we're keeping it funded in 3 hours. Days you like the kingship. No, it's setting harder. I want the child to meanwhile rises the moon. Days you look at till all things come it's starting at the want. I want to use the Kickstarter font. What is this? Baruda? What is the other font that they used? Enshrined, Kickstarter. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Shit. Social media. Resources, trailer, voiceovers, game shop, press kit. Ah, here we go. KS badge. That's a Roboto font. Roboto. STR. Damn it, I don't have it installed. Now I have it installed. I don't wanna. Did it add it? Yes. I don't like that font. I don't like it. I guess I'll just go back to Baruda then. Early backers. Has a she-wolf in the closet. Open up and 40. This for a post on socials. A few back. Only first 72 hours. Get ARD mini. Okay. I need to move this stuff to Enshrined folder. Because I don't like it being in my downloads. My downloads is meant to be a very clean folder, and it is now very poo-poo dinky. Oh, here is. Physical tier within. Right. Cool. It's the she-wolf in disguise. Okay, cool. Disguise. Aww. That's so cute. Everyone. From the to Eddie is undying. After pulling all-nighters in our Kickstarter. Okay, to get our after pulling all-nighters. Losing sanity. Kickstarter is couldn't with day one performance. Rune might. Studios. And thanks. We were able to get our first Kickstarter funder. I want this one to go here and then Rune white. I can't type. Oop. Rune A special treat. Early backers. Early backers will gain a free contracted mini with your pledge of any physical tier. Again, I stretch goals. Will unravel. Early backer equals first 72 hours. If you signed up to get a rune dragged in through our pre-launch page. If they sign up for physical tier and got sign up for pre-launch. Alright. This one. Who is maincoow, you ask? That's me, Elaine. Oops. Boop. Who's maincoow, you ask? Maincoow, you ask? That's me. I'm your hybrid cat cow lichmera. And I'm here to give you my unconditional love. Whether it's streaming me spiraling into madness, raving about my newest hyper, or just hanging out like friends, just hanging out, or just hanging out like friends do. I enjoy the time I get to spend with you. Monday through Fridays. Monday through Fridays. Twitch.tv. Entertained by. Okay. That is the Milk Club. Hello, I'm back because class is essentially over. Let's go. How was class? Did you have a good class? Class good? Class good? What'd you do class? You Unity class now? How Unity class? You like Unity so far? You sign up through our VIP page. If you sign up to get rid of 2 rune dragons. If you... my brain hurts. I'm sorry. You have any treats at all? How to get the jumbo dice. Get a Dragon 1x jumbo dice. Oh. Okay, that's fine then. Let's close this. Unity is alright. I gotta finagle with some things to make a lot of what I want to work. But that's any engine, and I'm supposed to be working on my project right now, but my brain is blessed, so I'm gonna take the night off coding, game, and rest. Fuck yeah! Game, homie, game. Game, homie, game. Game, homie, game. Game, homie, game. Alright. Why did it do that? Why did it do that? Okay, there. We're all good now. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. Shit. Make a good hype man? Thank you, thank you. I will hope so. I think I'm pretty good at being a hype person. Just because, like, I love life a lot. I think that makes it easier for me. If I game, what game are you interested in right now? I'm homeworking, but now I suddenly want a game. I was saying, creative outlets are fun. Twitch.tv/maincoow. And then also this needs to go up higher. Where is this at? I'm gonna put it right below this. And then what's the matter, Momo? What's the matter, Mobo? No. Do you want to play with laser pointer? That's a yes. I must lure her with the laser pointer and get her to run up the walls because of it. She's interested? Where'd you go? What the fuck? The pointer wasn't even over there, you bum. Oh, you almost had it. You almost had it. I feel like that old man with $1 in that, like, Geico commercial or whatever. It's like, oh, you almost had it. You almost had it. Good job. Good job. Good job. She got it. Decent quiet. Boop. Dating yourself? What do you mean? I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I'm gonna do the other edit. I want to do the other edit of me. Hi, Fruit Bat. How are you? Welcome on in. TikTok template. How you doing? How you doing? Okay. Files. Save project as. Eyes on me. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Okay. It's gonna be stuck in my head until I do this. I'm good. How is stream? Pretty good. I'm going in between, like, some work stuff, but not super. And then vibing and doing some creative outlet stuff. Because sometimes, let's call it edits. Sometimes, I forgot what I was talking about. Sometimes Enshrine needs stuff from me because the Kickstarter went live today, so I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. I haven't gone to the bathroom in a while. I don't think I've gone to the bathroom yet today, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom actually really quick. I'll be right back. I'll miss you. Be right back. I'm back, and my cat keeps trying to square up with me. My cat keeps fucking trying to square up with me. I like went to the bathroom, and like she fucking stanced at me, like wide stance. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then she fucking bolted, and then as I got into my office, she bat the back of my leg, and then wide stanced at me. Then you got beat up. I did. Did she win? She did win. She won so hard. Sorry, I'm dead. D&D Beyond. And like D&D Beyond. Okay, sorry, I'm done dying. Sorry, I was wanting to be part of the community in Shrine because someone asked if the VTT will include Beyond. I was like, D&D Beyond? Okay, I'm okay. All right, I'm back, Moo Moo. Welcome back, Lude. How you doing? How you doing? All right. Now we have the eyes on me. Oh, the audio's broken. I have to fix the audio. Fuck. God dang you. God dang you. Shutter encoder. I'll make this MP fui. Could just watch the newest Conjuring with some friends. Did you like it? Kiwi said they watched it. Kiwi Goblin Books. They said they watched it and they quite liked it. Can't believe they still have that as an audio. Schwab. I loved it. I'm glad you liked it. Okay, eyes on me. Okay. Eyes on. I streamed it for my friends in Discord. Cute. That's nice. That's nice. Wanna play more? More Wazer Pointer? Come get it. Good job. Okay, no more Wazer Pointer for you today. You've had plenty of Wazer Pointer. Where are your other toys? You want a rubber band? You want a hairband? You want a hairband? This one's blue. It's blue. Alright, hopefully she'll play with that. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you wait. Ooh, what? I'm really sad though. I was watching the Scream with my girlfriend streaming that for her earlier, and it made me realize that I haven't made a new Friday. They haven't made a new Friday the 13th in a long time. Yeah, the IP's gotten fucked. That's why. The guy that I think the people that own it, like the original guy that made it, was like, yeah, bro, like, let's make more stuff off of it. That's why the Friday the 13th game came out and it was really good. And then when I think the guy that had the original IP died, they took it back. And they sued the Friday the 13th people, and that's why people don't make the Friday the 13th stuff anymore. It's because the IP for it is so, like, copyright, like, I wouldn't say fragile, but it's very sensitive. Yeah, we have too many horny ghost face women in the world. We need more who like Jason. That's valid. They're making a new one? Really? Did they finally get over their bullshit? The 13th. New movie. I can't type new movie. It's in the process for the sequel to Crystal Lake. Jason doubled down on the Friday feature film. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, Friday's, I think, Blood Loss. Interesting. I wonder if it will be good. I honestly have to do another, like, horror movie marathon at some point. And then it repeats. Okay. Start from scratch and build a new franchise? Maybe. It's kind of... It also depends on the fandom. Some people might just like the oldies to stay the oldies, you know? If Freddy versus Jason. That's valid. Unfortunately. Unlike Roll 20 and Foundry where we can be self-published. D&D Beyond. Cool enough. I'll say this in more professional terms. All right, cool. Okay. But I also think the thing about Scream, Cough Cough Women like so much is that the murder mystery, like, it's somewhat realistic. I have no comment because I just like masked men. If they got a mask, I'm here for it. Hi, Rainer. Welcome in. All right. Are you guys ready? Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street are fictional as fuck. I think it's the fact that, you know, they're masked men. Ugly men. What about Jason? I like them all. I like all serial killers. The only, like, some of them might be kind of gross, but, like, I like the theory of all of them. I'm a big horror person, but I'm more of psychological horror than I am, like, gore. But I'll watch any. That's why I like Creepcast. Creepcast. Alright, are you guys ready for me to do cringy shit? I gotta open my OBS, my other OBS. I gotta be me. I gotta be me now. I'm kind of nervous about being cringe, I'm gonna be honest. Select, cancel. I love horror, yes, okay. This is the test scene. So, we're gonna start with, like, I really want to zoom in on my eyes. I think I'm gonna heavily base my stream stuff off Jason. Fuck yeah, do it. I love horror tubers, horror streamers. I don't know if I should. Hold on, let me redo my tracking. Okay, should I do like a smug? Or Can I cognize I want to be just commission them for like BRBs? Yeah, you can. You can, most artists actually prefer if you DM them or if you put in a request first, they can be like negotiable about it. All right. Recording scene, okay. Okay, hopefully that'll be enough. We'll have to find out. Smiley face or Frambo, very cultured. Just think, who are you? Oh, who am I? Oh my god, someone asked who I am? Hi! OMG, me? I'm the graphic designer / PR gal here. I was the one that created the collector's coin, did quite a few TikToks, created the assets. Yeah. I hear you now. You went into my walls. My walls! My walls. Okay, time for me to be cringe. I'm very shy about actually talking in that Discord now that I think about it, because I'm just stuff, but that's okay. Resources. I should reply to that though. Not my walls. They're rented. Okay. Nothing to be shy. I'm so shy. Yes, I hear it. No! Hi, Zorans. Hi. Hi. How's it going? Hi. Oh my god, this song! I'm sorry. What was that lyric? Oh no! Oh no, what have I done? Oh no, the first time someone from the Enshrined community comes into my stream and that's the fucking... What the fuck was that lyric? I'll start the music again, but what was that lyric? 22 grand by Digbar? Don't turn it off, bro. Fine. What is the lyric though? I saw the thing about his... I heard a thing about his me. Oh, it's about femboys. Oh my god, the song is about... Yeah. His name is Digbar. The song is about how a guy took a girl home, found out she had a penor, and was like, I smash. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Funny first impression? Funny first impression? Funny for... This is why I'm the Gen Z Zoomer marketing gal, you know? What is Gopnik? Don't tell Vex I know. Actually, I should send this song to the Vex. Share, copy link to song. Not the most questionable thing I've seen people listen to. So what? Hold on, I should send this to Vex though. For you. Okay. It's not saved in anything, so this is just something that the DJ gave us randomly. Which one of you are influencing my song recommendations? Alright. Okay. Cries. Okay. This is a great time for people to come in and fucking look at my shit because I want to do a cringy edit of myself. Could have been any of us. But it wasn't like checkmarked, which means none of you have like recommended it, but one of you are influencing my stuff. Bro, it makes it so much funnier. Yep, the bot just was like, you want to hear a song about femboys? I know it. I'm like, okay. What am I thinking? How to make TikTok edits in DaVinci. Make a TikTok in DaVinci. No, I want to do the yes, I want to do that. Oh, dude, this is a lot more than I thought I was gonna have to do. Do a Jason edit? No, I want to do one of me. Everyone does one of horror people. No one does edits of me. I'm kidding. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. These animations are gonna be expensive, huh? What you want? You want cuddles? Come here. Come here. You want cuddles? She's staring at me like she's expecting something, but I don't know what she wants. No more laser pointer for you today. You've had enough laser pointer. You have any other toys? Where are your other toys? You want scritches? She's doing this thing where she's just out of my reach because she wants something, but she won't, like, hint at it. Come here. Come here. Oh my god, you're being a bum. Come here. Oh my god. She wants to be in my lap, but she doesn't. But do bangs up? That hair cute as fuck. Huh? Do an edit on that beautiful model woman? Huh? What? I can do that hair up. Like this? Boop, boop. My brain is thinking. Because it's not going to be of my whole body. I want to do, like, sections. Fuck. I am not a gopnik, Logan. You are beautiful. I am beautiful woman? Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you. Hehe, thank you. Give me footage. I make edit in 30 minutes. Banger edit. You have whatever footage you want of my stuff, Pocky. I believe that if I were to give you literally anything, you would make the most banging edit. I don't know, what do you want? I don't really know. I should probably get all the stuff that I want though, huh, for this. So I don't have to go back and forth. Eyes on me, baby. How did I want to eyes? Then I want to do my mouth. I don't know how I do my mouth though. Cause it was gonna go from eyes to lips and then to chest. Did they bar song 20? No! No, I am not qualified. I'm not qualified to do something like that. Okay, so we have the lips now. Actually, wait. Okay, I had to do one kiss. And then... Okay. I can't show you guys this one. You could totally sing it? No. No. If I can't sing a normal song, how do you expect me to sing that? Hold on. I don't know if I can show you guys this one, because this one is, like, spicy. I vanished for a second. You'll see it in the clip. Fit. Default outfit. Yeah, it's that. Okay. Start recording new rap cover. You guys are funny. Okay. Okay, I have done it, and then you can see the whoa. Oh well, that's fine. It's okay. It's tiny. Twitch can't see that. Twitch bots can't see that. It's okay. Now it's fine. Beep beep. That's it. I was just taking my straps off. I don't know how against TOS that is, so. Do I put my arms up just for more hip? I think so. Why you bonk, man? You the first answer and then you bonk me. I understand it's my fault because I maybe play wrong song. Showing ankles on Twitch? How could you? I don't think ankles are as bad. Under booba definitely though. Okay, so we have the 3 sections now. It's these. What's up? Why you being grumpy? My cat's being grumpy for some reason. I gotta close this now. End task. Someday I'm gonna end the wrong OBS and I'm gonna cry. Okay, okay. Okay, now it's time to do the thing. So USPS is rage baiting me. Why? What happened? Did you see the song that I sent you? I was making a meme now, you know those. Oh yeah, I bet you so ankles went. Yeah, that's valid. I kind of like the kind of eyes like closing. They said my $100 package was delivered today, but the building staff does not have it. Is it mailed to a locker or is it given to like, or is it like put at a door? Because I had that happen once. It wasn't $100, but it was a okay. Bye, Lude. Have a great time. We'll be here. You could ask your neighbors. Me. So it'll be this section. Baby. Okay. I might have to re-record the bottom half again, but we'll see. My phone keeps buzzing and it's annoying me. It's given directly to Snap. The only latch is leaving it at the door, which means it got stolen because hell no, it's not getting grabbed. Fuck yeah, I'd contact support. I'd definitely contact support if it's not where it's like supposed to be. Only resident staff are allowed in the living areas. Have you asked them to double check the back? I know that may sound a bit Karen, but sometimes if someone was on shift but the other person wasn't on shift and then like they may not know that they have your package kind of thing. What's this one? I think this is lips. This one. And then they have a digital package management system. Ooh, that is a rough one. Yeah, I just contact support, like the USPS support. I'll call USPS in the warehouse super. I'm sorry, Vexed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this bullshittery has to happen to you. But maybe the song I sent you will make you feel better. Maybe not. It was just a silly thing, but you know, maybe. It's amazing. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. TikTok recommended it to us. And track. It's this one. This one. This one. Crop top. That would be moved down. Wait, I can crop it and then move it. I think. Wait, no, I want it higher. I want it here and then whatever is the bottom is the bottom. Send footage. Let me try. Okay, I got you. I will send it to you. Hold on. Here, let me label them though. Eyes. Fucking, what is this one? Fuck, which one's this one? Hold on. This is mouth 1. Mouth 1. Mouth 2. I think this is mouth 3 as well. No, this is shoulders. These are straps. Booba. And then, hips. Alright, hold on. Zip file. Why is this taking so long? Fridge. Person, view profiles, send message. About 6 minutes. What in the actual fuck, Knuckles? Why 6 minutes? If I do this, compress to zip, must be faster. Why is it taking so long? Okay, well, it's gonna take 6 minutes to compress, I guess. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Clip operations. Replace select the clip. It'll be there in a minute. Whenever it's done. It's gonna take less than 6 minutes. It's going quickly. Eyes. Clip operations. Replace. This was L2, I think. Is this not the one? Replace selected clip with L2. And then this one was straps. Son of a bitch. Wow, the mouth one is long. It's longer than back in the COD editing time. We call this hour challenge. Oh shit, that's cool as fuck. I'd love to do that as like a practice of my skill. I think that would be pretty cool. Oh, you know what? DaVinci and fucking... Okay, hold on. DaVinci and my file explorer are combating for whoever gets to control the file first, and I'm gonna crash DaVinci. Where are you? Oh shit, you fine? Okay, now it's moving again. Okay. I'll just wait for it to finish before I start reclipping stuff together. Dude, that's cool as fuck, though. That's fun. I told Andrea, she's my, she's like my edits bestie, because she does a lot of edits as well. And 1 hour time, same footage. Dude, that's so cool. I told her that I want to do this challenge where I, like, every month make a new edit of myself. I love when DaVinci crashes without warning. I know why. It was because I was trying to compress a file while trying to reference the file. But that was my bad. That was my bad. That was my bad. Hurry up, 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 hurry up. Okay. Okay, there you go. Have fun. Too big? Alright, hold on. What do you mean it's too big? What do you mean? Hold on. Why does it not? Hold on. It's like so fat. Hold on. Is it because of mouth one? Why is it so fat? I bet to God it's because it's a MAW file. I'm looking. I'm watching you. About 5 minutes time. That's crazy. Alright, I'll just upload it to a Google Drive then. Hopefully you got some good internet, Pocky. Because apparently I fucking saved fat ass files. Oh wait, what if I sent you the other ones I do? Wait, would an MP4 be better? Maybe, but then you couldn't manipulate the background. I don't know if you want to manipulate the background. You can decompress the files? Huh? I think it's just because they're mobs. They're fat files because they're mobs. With Handbrake? Oh. Open source video transcoder is a one built for volunteers converting video into nearly any format. Interesting. Convert free open source. Makes files smaller. It's free. Let me try this. I'm trusting you, Pocky. I'm trusting you. This either is gonna make the thing smaller or it's gonna give me a virus. Imagine it's a virus and now I have a virus on my computer that has a pineapple on it. That'd be the funniest shit. Okay. Eyes on me, edit this one. Handbrake will not be able to encode this as it's not a valid source. What about these guys? Nope, not that one, these ones. Because I can send you these. It's the audio and the video. You didn't need the video. I have to add you as a friend. Okay. I add you as a friend on Discord because it wants to let me send it to you otherwise. But if I make it a mauve. Real fast. MP4. WebM. Yeah, WebMs are fine. WebP suck dick. New folder. You want an MP4? Okay. Alright, I'll give you an MP4. Browse. I don't know what I'm doing. Start queue? Will this work? Is it still loading? Huh. I could just do it. Hold on. Let's just do it this way. Yes. Here's the MP3. I'm gonna use Shutter encoder because I like it. Okay, this one. These go the fuck away. Go here. Go to this one. And then start function. I wonder if it'll keep the transparency. I doubt it. That one. Let's do eyes. Yeah, I don't think it will. I'm sorry if you hear my voice in it. Let's go to edits. New folder. Okay, close. 3, 4. Beep, beep, beep. Alright, there you go. Have fun, Pocky. I believe in you. It may be weird because I'm a VTuber, but I believe. Replace with Booba. Okay. Same song as you? If you want, you could do whatever song. I just sent it to you in case you wanted the song. You don't have to use the same song. You do whatever you want. Whatever inspires you is what I'll say. Out of a Nigerian prince scam. Okay. Oh, fuck. Maybe I do it here instead. I don't know if I have enough. I do. Go away. I just don't like it's on me, baby. It's just so short. Huh. let's try it a little bit more here. Wait, I kind of like that. And then... where's the hips one? I closed it! Oh my goodness. Hips. I don't think I moved my hips enough, though. I think I should do the ones with the arms up. Hold on. How does my model move? How did I do it? How did I do it in the Baby No Money video that I did? So I did a Baby No Money video, and I... What's this one? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Posted? God forbid. TikTok, grieve different, get in the shower, face over in closet, and brain. It's this one. Ah, okay. And I would be like, oops. How the fuck would I do this? I have an idea. I have a new idea. I gotta do the arm. Oops. I'll go away. And then. Ah, fuck. This is much longer than I really thought it was. If I change the speed of it, does it change anything? I'd have to change it when it's a whole so that I can see more of the footage. Maybe. It's not that part. Here and then whole. And then here. Maybe this will be better here. Wait, this might have been better if I'm standing still. And then if we do this. This is where it ends. So this is where it ends. I don't fucking know how to do the second half. Let's focus on the first half maybe instead. Okay, I want to edit, add track, pew. I'll do another one and I want to play around with how it looks. I could do what I normally do, which is it's like overlay, and then I reduce it, and then I do an effect. This one. With I'll do it again. I need to turn the opacity back up. This one. Like that. That's not the worst. I kind of like that. I'm gonna remove the hips part. Oops. Apply. Except this part would come to retain. This is the bottom one. Is it? I don't know. And then crop the top. And then video transition. No, not that one. There's like a blur one. Camera shake. It could be this one. Oh. Maybe if it was like less. Or more. Or more. Let's take this one, turn this one on. Oh, it's too much. It's too much. Strength shake. Like 0.5, dude. Ew. Ooh, I kind of like this one. So that's one. Can I copy this? Copy? I don't think I can. So 1 and then 0 and 0.5, actually. 0 and 0.5. 0.5! No! Okay. Again. No, no, no. This is not what I want. Can we do slide left with motion blur? Yes, this is the one I want. Yes. Why do that? Could not have this be just... No, need this one. Could not. Let me look up an adjustment clip. Can this go on here? It cannot. I'm back for a short moment. Welcome back. Welcome back. Maybe no Gaussian blur. What if we turn the Gaussian blur off? I'm getting so many ideas for stream. I'm so glad. What if it was... Yeah. Jason versus Sable. Hell yeah. Sounds good. I hope you have fun with that. Position apply. Oop. And then this one needs a cross dissolve. Devil, then I will tell you my soul. And slide right is what I want. I love this song. It's such a good song. Okay, what if I did it like this? Oops. Okay, wait, I have to turn this off again. Maybe I spread it out more. And then maybe like, oops. And then this one goes in the middle. Right now I have Toes by the Baby on Repeat on my Spotify. Huh. Interesting song choice. I don't think I've heard that song. Though I'm not really into feet, so... Though it could not be about feet. Okay, wait. Is this the one where I do the little kissy mouth? God damn you. Apply. Cross dissolve. Wait. I got... I don't know if this makes sense. It's on me, baby. I got what you need. Oh, my brain. Oh, it's a whole new capacity. There's a whole new thing for my brain. Slide left. And then this one. And then cross dissolve. I bet Pocky's having such a better time right now. There we go. Crop bottom. Oh, it's this song. Oh, I know this song. There you go. Huh. This is not the song I thought. I didn't think. Why would they call it Toes? Oh, shit. Maybe here. I don't like that timing. Eyes on me, baby. Baby. Maybe baby instead. Wait, I got a new idea. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need. This looks very lewd, I realized. There's this ghost edit that I saved with this song and I can't stop watching it. It's so good. That's a mood. That's how I feel with oh fuck, what song is it? I think I wrote it down. I think I wrote it down. Hold on. Well, I thought I did. 22 grand. Shut the fuck up. No. No. I know. I don't even know what to say. Do you have a flavor of this one? Yes. Oh, I gotta grab something for pixels. Boop, boop. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need. Maybe I shouldn't do it this way. Enshrined, Kickstarter assets, images. Nope. This one. Gotta make a yandere face. That's true. That would probably be pretty good. That's just hard. My brain's so small right now. Just gonna copy paste. Might not. Selection only. Export. Download. Save. For lunch. It's on my tongue. Okay. Mood. Okay, maybe this is not the way to do it, you know? Maybe a crop. Ooh, maybe we could do something like this. Like that. And then do linear motion blur. What the fuck? This is like so slow. Put in the beginning. Make it short. Even shorter. I'll do this here. Maybe boop boop boop. Okay. And then tradition. Do you want to add gradient on the okie dokie lewd on the price points? Also, the title on it is sort of gross. Crop top. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go. Okay, my brain gives up. I'll try it again later. I need more inspiration and then I can do it. Because I think I'm bad. Okay, what else was I gonna do today? I had like so many ideas when I was falling asleep earlier when I took a nap. And now I'm like, I don't know nothing. Wait, huh? Okay, I see why the why wait. I did take a nap on stream today. I'm waiting for Pixels to give me the file that they're working on because it kind of offends me. So I'm just gonna wait for that, I guess. Plushies. I guess I'll do this as well. Boop. Download. Why didn't they make it a PSD? Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Save. But I gotta do this first. Okay. I think Pixels gave me the one that he didn't work on yet. Okay. See woman hand. Other. I can't see. I can't see. It's too bright. Oh, I didn't do the first one. Oops. Lock this one. Oh my god. I didn't mean to expect it. Okay, so I want yellow lines. I should do a gradient overlay. Nope, not this one. No. Gradient overlay. I think it should be reflected, no? Linear. Insert. Pick. Yeah. I guess it didn't need to be flattened actually, but that's okay. It's not like it mattered much. Then... Okay. Okay. This one. Oh no, it's in my items icons. PDF needs to be bigger. I don't wanna download it. I downloaded this one.
So what do you want me to do?
Nothing. I'm just gonna redo the whole thing.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, you made it look bonk.
Okay. Sorry. Is there anything you need, like, asset-wise?
If you could just give me the little blurbs that you made, that'd be fantastic. Oh, my back. I want to inner shadow this, actually. No, it's inner glow. I'm stupid. We work together. Forever. Open arms to hold me every time I wake up and I start to shake up. Well, he is a man without love. Does outer shadow look better? Start to break up, only above. Then I cry my heart out lonely. Oh, love. Okay. From They're laughing at me in the other room chat. Oh, I put this in the wrong one. There you go. Say. And then all right. I kind of see what they were trying to do with the last one. So I'll try to do what they wanted to do. I don't know how well it'll work though. Oh, you're no good at home. Flip. I kind of want to give it the text effect that I gave this. It's just us. The inner glow helps. I just think it's a bit dark. High speed internet, I don't want let's follow her, I just want to do what I was doing it fast. And then this goes on top. I call this stretch goals. And then we take this guy, because he is literally on all of them. And we give it to this. Except we will remove the outer layer. Searched a song the whole time. Damn. Okay. Well, I believe in you. I already gave up because my baby brain. Just gonna use the one you gave me. Okay. Is this Alvin? No, this is Worthy Kids, the people that made Big Top Burger. This one. I don't like how tall this is. Bro, the first time I thought I heard Alvin the checkpoint. Oh, that's valid. There is like an effect that they have going on that is a bit like that. That does sound a bit like that. We should keep these. So it looks cool. I like that more. lava splashy on top it look good. Overall, look at white text on the bright background may not be the play though. Okie dokie. What the fuck are you doing here, bro? I don't know what that one is. Let's do a gradient of this to this. Ooh, a little bit lighter actually. Hold on. So this doesn't need to be darker. And then this end can go to, look at this color. I think it needs to be darker though. I wanted to have actually a little bit of this as an outer glow. What about inner glow? Outer. And then take this. I think outer was the play. And then inner shadow of the same color. And make it a normal. I feel like it needs to be sharper. Inner shadow. I don't need this one. Bevel and emboss. Outer glow turn off. It should be a lighter. Maybe it should have this. Yeah, it should have that back. So that way when we do this, it's a bit more. Trying to balance it a bit, but inner shadow. Ooh, yeah, this is what I want to do. Normal, lighter. Maybe this one though. Oh, nope. Unnoticed. I like that. Bloop. What are these? Splash. And then lava extend. Boop. My boss grossed me out again. He's so gross sometimes. Okay, and then I think they're the same. So let me just move these over here. Let's see, 50, 100, 200, 300. Can I select multiple? No, I cannot. Okay, cool. Wait. Center. Ah, interesting. Okay. Center. Oops. The PDF should be rotated the other way. 9, 9, 9, 9. Should be smaller though, so they can fit. 36, 36, 36. Oop, 36. Oh, let's not change. Oh, you bitch. Okay. Okay. Now this will be Fate Runner subclass. Oop. And then over there. That's gonna bug me. Of the broken corners of the druid. A new druid subclass. Druid subclass backspace. And then I just take this. Boop, boop. Oh. Fuck. Boop, boop. This has a fit in here. Same with her. And then this druid has to fit in here as well. Now these will go down here. Boop, boop. Need girly pop. And then we got boop, boop. This one. You don't belong there. You belong in this one. And you belong in this one. Save. Export. Why is this sticking out just a little bit? I don't know. It'll be fine. Goal tracker. Okay. All right, 3D modeling time. Let's do some 3D shit, guys. And then, do I want to do some 2D? I think I do. Wait, I gotta ask, is Wumble awake? Where do you get pose references from? Because I want to do a scary rawr, but like teasing. But like, I don't know how else to look up a raw XD thing. Raw hands pose. Like this, but like not like this. Like more close up. I want more close up. And I want to bust. Like kind of like this. But not. Like more closer arms. Look at all these hand references. So cool, but I want a rare pose. A round. Ew, that one's scary. That's AI. It's scary. Like this, but the arms down, you know? I don't want to... The problem is that the only way I think I'm going to get the pose that I want is if I take the picture myself. I mean, this one's not bad. We might use this one. Alright, Womble's probably asleep, so we will do 3D art until maybe he wakes up. How do... Assets. I'm going to move these in here. This is the... Oh, no! No, I didn't mean to open it again. No, close window. No, please. No, get out of my face, Avidity. Ow! Okay. Kind of like this face angle, but with these hands, I think is what I want. Selfie poses. Instagram. Nope. Pinterest. Because I feel like this is kind of like the mood I want, you know? Where like, it's like a selfie kind of thing. I like selfies. And I think I want to do selfie art. I think the reference I have is actually pretty good. Okay. What do I have in here? Pasted hair. Hair base. Hair strand 1. That's like I open the PNG. Too many files. It's gonna drive me nuts. Okay. What if I... Oof, no. Girl. If I bevel this, what happens? Interesting. Okay, now I do have to open Affinity because I need to look at their hair reference. Fuck! Oh, okay, hold on, wait. I think I want this to be beveled. And then... When I was younger, orchard, earth. Okay, we're gonna try to do it like this. Or not. Ah! Boop, boop. Put it at the very end. Alright, and then this guy to here. Okay, I think this hair strand might be better. I realize though I'm doing this at an angle and I shouldn't be though. It's not better. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Stylized hair topology. Images. This is nothing of what I wanted. Fuck. Okay. Let's do it like this. And then relative. Uh-oh. What's up?
So for the free rune directed gets a disclaimer in a little caption below it. Does that make sense to you? Or does that feel... Because like I was just going to put in the title like you suggested, or the headliner image like you suggested. But then it's like you can't have the little disclaimer that it's like, oh, people who get it at, you know, back of physical tier get it. So, do you think it's a bad idea to put it in a little banner at the top of the Kickstarter?
I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't know how you do that, I guess.
Okay. My thought was to kind of like...
Unless you did, because, like, you could mix it. You could do it in the FAQ. You could put it in the FAQ if you want.
Yeah, because it is in the FAQ. So are you thinking of, like, just putting an asterisk there and then the answer is in the FAQ, or...?
Yeah, if you want. What's a maba?
So basically my thought was to kind of take the format of the image that you made for the social media post, like the square one, and then we'd make it a small rectangle so it doesn't take up that much space on the Kickstarter. And then where it basically just be like, Rune Dracton, you know, free mini for all backers in the first 72 hours. And then below that, using the like Kickstarter like image caption, we would just say like any small text or like...
I mean, you could see how other Kickstarters do it, because I was suggesting the one I suggested.
Header, I think. Or I think sometimes they'll put like a little announcement thing at the first image like that. But I think normally it's just like...
Because this one they just they put it in the...
Yeah. That's what I'm used to seeing. Is that?
I know you guys are big boys. You can figure it out. Whatever works. Because the biggest thing is that we've already clarified in the Discord, and that's our main form of communication, and it's already been pre-said. So no matter what you say afterwards, it's whatever was said the earliest.
As far as the disclaimer thing. Yeah. Well, that's fair. Okay.
Hey, how do I do this?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm trying to make a hair strand look like this hair strand. I don't know how to do it.
Can I see the reference one more time? Okay, I think I know what they did there.
I think I'm like close.
Yeah, no, you're definitely close. You're gonna want, before you finish it, you're gonna want to like add some like extra edges so that they're kind of squarish. Just
Add some kind of edges so they're squarish? Oh, you mean like...
add more edges in between here so that they're not...
Habacha.
Yeah, you're gonna want to do that. Let's see what else. Honestly, like you're pretty close. One thing that these tend to do is they do tend to be like mirrored, like top bottom, so that there's like some width or something to them.
That's fine. I mean, the top, I'm just kind of making sure the top be looking.
Normally they do have a taper on the horizontal axis, so like it'll be higher
In the middle?
Yeah, higher in the middle. Like almost like teardrop tapered.
That looks bad. Maybe I have to add them back now. You son of a bitch.
What do you want for dinner?
Am I supposed to do it the other way? I am supposed to do it the other way. You watched me do it wrong. Should be like this, right? Because, like, it's, like, flat, and then it comes out. What? What?
You're very fast. I'm used to them tapering like this.
Maybe one day I'll
I guess those are a bit flatter.
This is all because of your hair, you dinkle. You dinkle. Hair's giving me headaches.
How did you do?
Don't ask me.
Okay.
I don't know. I looked at that and I tried to reference it again, and then my brain went, huh?
Fair enough. You might have just boxed like brute force box.
I think I did.
Yeah, that would be how you do things.
I'm trying not to.
No, I mean, you got the right idea.
Try not to.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you for sure that reference used hairbrush curve tools in ZBrush.
Yeah, but I could make my own janky ass one in Maya.
Yeah, you can. Okay, so yeah, like there's the spine up the middle, and then there's kind of like a flared bevel on the sides, which is like you got most of the pieces there. It does pinch.
A pinch?
Like the tip is thinner than that side.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that. Maybe I need to mirror it in order to see if I did it.
Yeah, that might help.
Okay, you don't have to stay here. I just. Thanks. Sylvania. This looks like poop. Pixels help me none. It's okay though. Is this because I have to do this? Sucks. It's okay. Sometimes you gotta make bad art to make good art, chat. Light of day. Mechanic. Sweet transvestite. Sexual. Okay, now I just need to make that pinch that happens here. Is it because this is like... It's like this? I think? Transvestite. From transsexual mania. It's a lab. See what's on the slab. Sure, with Ooh. Okay, and then maybe we add it back in? If I put up anime hair topology, is that gonna give me what I want? Not really. Fuck. I mean, this kind of helps. seeing this. So maybe, because I feel like it would look good like flat regardless. Yeah, I see how they're doing it. Oh, my Maya's broken. No. I love it when my Maya saves, but then it like decides that it's like, it's time for me not to work anymore. Because you can tell it's not working because it should say plush base 001, but it does not. Okay, there we go. Which means I gotta reopen it. I want that like really clean look that ZBrush gives, but I don't want to put it in ZBrush. So I will keep working on it. Like this. No. That's pretty close to what we want. It's like the only thing is this like center line that I can't seem to figure out for some reason. And for any of you who don't know what this song is from, this is from the musical about Jesus Christ Superstar. I think it is supposed to be this way. And then we slowly, gradually bring this in. And then we bring this in. Relative. I kind of want to listen to the song in this. No, go back. Cause I like the guitar in the song. Let's this one. I wonder how Havoc's doing. I think Havoc's doing that one shot today for Enshrined, actually. He all suggested. What about Havoc? There he is. Oh, I see him using the map. This is cool. Oh, I have to sit in the ad. Cries. Maybe a little bit less right here. A little bit more. And no long. No, you and they find you wrong. things you've lied. Okay, Swino, I did Cheerful and Thorn. I don't know the rest of them. Oops. I think this could be not like that. Not like that. It won't. Lower the outer glow. Gives like a halo effect, and it makes it harder to read. Yes. I think that looks better. Yeah, I think the big thing will be when I go to is the edges sharper? They are sharper. I think this should be flat. Two vertices. Whoop. No. Okay, I think this is good. Hair strand. Okay, I'm done with this. Let's listen to this. Okay, duplicate, hide, modify, convert, smooth mesh preview. Yes, but then I'm going to add my own so they aren't as horizontal. I think it has to have 3. There you go. But it's a little bit uneven. Whoop, whoop. Okay, I think that's better. But then duplicate it. I actually want to put these in here. And then this one can go here. And then I'll hide the old ones. I'm just going to reduce this. I'll reduce it one more time. I think that's better. What? Okay, that's where it loses it. Okay. Interesting. It like is not even anymore. So I'm just going to split this in half. Mirror object X. Oh my goodness, it's not straight. Object X. Hello, Daedalus. Merge. Two vertices. This should half it. Yeah. I can hear. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Kind of like that, and then take this half and just smooth it. Yeah, there we go. Is there anything funky dunky going on here? A little bit. So let me just smooth this out a little bit. Smooth this out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I think that's better. I want to say it's better, but I don't really know. I think that's fine. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 2 seconds. I just need to... Okay, no, that's got to stay like that. Okay. So how does that look compared to the original? Pretty good. Okay, cool. Let me drink some water. There you go. Okay, now I'm gonna do something that might be stupid. No, actually, maybe not. Hold on. Oh, it's so tiny. What are we listening to now? Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Image plan, import image. This is literally, this playlist was made by Meat Canyon last week when he was drunk and singing on stream. So I was like, yeah, I'll listen to that because I think it could be nice. I might have been a little wrong. That explains a lot. He's a great singer and he's got good tastes. Sometimes. I mean, this song is in the playlist. It's a pretty good song. Okay. Hello, Norman. Is he on ironic? He's on ironic. Yeah, he is. We were listening to his music earlier. Hold on. I love his music. You just opened a bag of worms because I love listening to... Oh my god, Alimony... His band is called Cask. And I feel like I'm the only person that listens to him. What's not much, just chilling, doing 3D art, helping Enshrine with their stuff since the Kickstarter's live now. Excuse me. This is Igor's new album? I have not. Who is that? Time. Sunlight on the skies. Baby. Oh my god. Empty. Oh. It's not working. Okay. The French of the McGordon is the best I got. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Industrial Death Polka. That's kind of... That sounds sick. The fuck? And bring it in. Right, up a little bit. Up Question. Should I have dinner even if I don't feel hungry? I don't know how I haven't. Please do. Please do. You might not be hungry because it's been that long since you ate, but it would be good if you ate, because even though you don't feel hungry, your body, regardless of you feeling hungry or not, you need sustenance. You need sustenance. And it's important to eat good food and keep yourself healthy. Even if it's a snack, it doesn't have to be a meal. It doesn't on God, if you haven't eaten in a while, on God, it doesn't even have to be healthy. You can get takeout, you could eat some candy, just as long as it's at least something. On the floor again. My go-to is bread, cheese, and hot sauce. That actually sounds really good, though. Well, it sounds a little silly, but it sounds kind of good, though. I got ramen and pizza rolls. Didn't go grocery shopping since I have my trip soon. Understandable. Ramen sounds good. Or pizza rolls. Both sound good. Yeah, pizza rolls would be very easy. Just pop them in the microwave or the oven, depending on what you prefer. Or you could even do the oven. I forgot what they're called. Air fryer. You can do an air fryer if you want. I feel like this looks bad, so I'm going to do this a bit differently. Microwave, that's a sin. I mean, sometimes you're in a college dorm and that's all you got. Oh wait, what am I? From the inside. Again. It's sorry if you do. That's valid. That makes sense. Sometimes you're just a college kid and you got nothing else, you know? Alright, I'm gonna do something that might be stupid. And you left me. Yeah. Chef Mike is a lifesaver. Who dat? That's pretty good. Oops. I don't think I need every single one, so I'm gonna delete every other one. Do you wanna... That's still good? Yeah? Of course I do. Oh, from the inside. 2, 1. Oh, my okay, do you want my favorite Igor or new Igor? Favorite. All-time favorite. I want to hear your all-time favorite. Skin, bind skin. This might be extremely stupid, but I'm doing it anyway. Unbind skin, actually. Strand. I've been doing little by little because if I do a lot at once, either A, I'll forget stuff, or B, go to brain not braining. That's valid. Delete. Skin, bind skin. Well, actually, this is my favorite Papa Meat song. Bind skin. hair strand. Center privet. Damn. Turning every night, wishing I was next to you. So cold without your touch, practically black and blue. I have to feel you, I have to feel you. Our love will never end. Lover to each other. Thank you for the wellness check and the song. I will redeem the wellness check in 2 seconds. I just gotta see if this works. Over the weather, up enough, bright. Yeah, that kind of works. It's not enough points though. Fuck. Actually, I have to do it for 10-ish to give a ride, but I will turn for impressions. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. You. Smooth skin weights. Smooth skin weights. Tolerance. I'm not worried about my trip a little bit. How come? Why is that? Lover. Why can't I paint skin weights? Paint skin weight. Tonight. There you go. I think maybe the beginning needs a little bit more too. No, but this one needs a bit more add. And then smooth it. Ooh. I want this edge, this edge. I hate skin weights. That's better. Lots of reasons, like with the government still being shut down, the airport could be crazy busy, and also just meeting my online friends, you know, all that makes sense. But I bet if it's any comfort to you at all, they're probably just as nervous as you are about it. That makes you feel any better. May or may not. I like this. I'm the only one they haven't met up with IRL. They might still be nervous because it's the first, you know, first times for everything, you know? Oops. Each friend is a new friend, and new friends can be scary. Even if you've known each other for a while. Thank you. Thank you for the biddies. But I'm sure everything will be okay. And you know what? If something happens, you always have me. Even while you're on your trip, I'm still gonna be here. So if you need anything, you know, you can always DM us in the Discord. You know? I think I started his hair too far back. Like, this one's supposed to start here. Appreciate it, of course. And, what the fuck? Unlock. Bro, I might just bring this into ZBrush. I might surrender into ZBrush. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I don't want to, but I don't want to do this anymore. Doll. We're going to duplicate the doll. We're going to combine it. I like that. That was cool. I feel like I was watching like a certain type of movie. Like, I don't know, base. Oh god, I have so many tabs on and keep adding more. Put them in groups. Put them in groups. Group them. If you right click it, you can group it. Most unlikely. I don't want to open ZBrush, but I will. Listen to funny, silly songs. And get flashbang by ZBrush. Oh, my chest. My soul popped. Perfect from what I could tell. But then I forget which ones I got open, and I open more. That's why you do groups. That's why you do groups. That's why I do groups. I love cartoon dogs, baby. I love Scooby-Doo. This one. Human centipede. My box, go away. Murder tonight. Edit. Okay. I don't know how to do this. Okay. Okay. How do I do things? Curve flat, maybe? Oh. Be the main cause of character growth. Curve flat, huh? Are you begging so much? Curve flat snap. What's this do? Interesting. Curve lathe. Curve alpha? Whoa. Ooh. Excuses. Let's do a square. Oh, wait, okay. We have an idea. I have an idea. Only if the wedding's themed. Layer, convert to curves. Nope, not that way. Not that way. This way? Layer. Thank you for the song request. Best man, you know the deal. Pucker up. Open myself up to love. What? Oh, I put in a group for some reason. Boop. Boop, boop. Selection. Oh, this is cute. This is a cute song. Hair alpha. Import. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so if I do... Huh. Curve alpha is curve alpha. Oh. Okay. I like this, but it's not making sense. So I need... How do you change which way it's going? Oh. How do you change the rotation of the brush, though? That's the base. Interesting. And then if I... Oh, that's not working. How do you rotate it, though? That's the base. That messes with that part. This will mess with the end part. But I kind of want it to rotate. Do I need a... Okay, if the brush... That means I need to turn it 90 degrees, I think? Alpha 2. Hey, what's up? I'm doing something crazy. Thank you for lurking, Norman.
Oh my god, you're doing it.
I don't know how to do it, though.
I have a whole pack of hair brushes. Do you want me to send you them?
Yeah.
You got the general idea.
I guess. I don't really know. That didn't work. What then do I do? How do I do that? Then what do I do? Oh, that broke it. How do I do a new layer? Oh, there we go. Okay. Mixed messages. Mixed messages. No, kick your dog out. Mixed messages. That in his face. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Back of an ambulance. This did not rotate it at all. Oh, shit. What? How the fuck? How did I flip it? Oh, how did it crunch it? Why did it crunch it? Don't crunch it. No, no, no. An ambulance. Why won't it stretch? Oh, this is crazy. Whoa, what the fuck? How did I twist it? I was trying to make it dance like a worm. Whoa. Look, I'm twisting it. Alright. Save. Laybox. Brush. Can I drag and drop the font? Promise. And they got to go, so get it now. Fuck. 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 I'm always gonna mess you up. I thought there was a way to like load the brushes in here. I guess not. Load brushes. This one. Whoa. So motherfucking nobody likes you. Simple A.
Okay, yeah, so you have a few different profile options up here. You can switch between. And then you can actually change the profile and then reselect the curve and it'll change the mesh.
Okay.
Do you need any tips?
How do I make it come out? Like I have the sketch. This is supposed to be. So like, for example, you're supposed to have a curve here. Nope. Why is the brush backwards? Businessman, businessman.
You might be able to change the direction that it propagates. I'm not 100% sure.
Because this is just like the brush I was using, but it's like sticking to the mesh.
Yeah, so that's an option. It's normally what you want. So you're gonna want to. I wouldn't do that. Stroke. Curve function. Curves and curves functions. These are where the settings you gotta worry about are. That's like the resolution of the curve. Snapping is surface snapping. And then here's a few of them as well here. So if you just want to enable curve mode, I have a hotkey here. Bend start and bend and lock end. Lock end is if you want to move things but you don't want the end to move. You can enable lock end and it'll keep the end from moving. And then same with lock start. It's the opposite. You just have to remember that the start and the end are like one and the other.
It's not doing it.
You should try adding a bit more curve resolution. That must be how big the steps are, so it's inverted. You want it smaller. Okay. So try turning on bend start, and then keep it. What the fuck? Okay, there. So yeah, now it's working. So then you could.
It's a worm.
Twist. You made a braid.
Whoa!
Yeah. So these are the ones that I use the most option, which is why I put them here. But all of the options that you're going to be using are in that stroke toolbox.
I can't do it. Oh. This is hard.
And then brush. You might have figured it out already. With brush size affects like how big it is. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things where a lot of people use this method for hair. It's not the only method, but it's a very popular one, and it has a learning curve. It took me a while to figure out how to do it on my character.
How the fuck did I do this on literally any other project?
Yeah. And then one thing that you can do with this that I'm like isn't a bad workflow is just, and I think this is actually what Patrick taught us, or at least in my class, was like kind of making a block out with this for like the base layer, and then meshing it together, like booliening it all together, and then just like manually changing anything you want as like a optional workflow. Because normally what you have and what they have here is they have like a base layer of hair, and that's like pretty simple, and then it's not until the top strands that it gets more detailed.
Oh, yeah, but I just want to do a strand through practice, and this shit's hard as balls, man.
Valid. It is not easy. I will not say it's easy.
Oh, fuck.
I hated doing the hair on my character that I made, and I realized too late how bad of a decision I made in hairstyle. Because the hardest type of hair is like above the shoulder cut, because you can't like bring it together into one thing. It's just like hanging into 1,000 little strands.
PC crash. Nice. don't know what I'm doing. Because this one goes like this.
Oh, it comes out. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Still comes out. If I don't want it to come out.
I don't know. You don't want it to come out. Okay. It could be. Try curve functions and curve modifiers. Open those. See if there's anything there. Okay, curve follow.
Ooh.
I think that changed it a little bit. Yeah, it seems more flat now. I mean, it's not glued.
Shit's confusing as fuck.
Yeah, it's not very intuitive, and I'm sorry about that.
How do people do this? How did I do this on Biff? I'm so confused. Cause I made the thingy, and then I made a rig, but then it looked bad.
I'm sorry. Well, why did it look bad?
Cause
Like the way it distorted.
Cause the way it sits here, and then you got a huge ass bald spot, and then I got I don't know. Maybe I'm just not taking enough time on it.
Yeah, I mean, doing hair for characters honestly sometimes takes almost as long as the character.
But this is supposed to be easy. I've seen a bunch of people make hair so much faster than me.
Well, because they've done it 100 times.
That's stupid. They should give me their knowledge. Like, I want to make this back hair strand, and I feel...
Okay, so I think what you should do is you should start with big, wide strands that cover the hair, not like the thin, small ones for the top. So, like, think about it like there's a bald cap.
Yeah, but I just want to do, like, one of those. One of these.
You just want to start with one of those? Okay.
Yeah, because this guy is this guy.
So, I would say that if you want to start with one of those, that's just a practice. You can, but just know that it's not going to look good in the context of the head.
You say that you're ugly.
Yes.
Oh! Don't say that. It's fucked up. Say that.
I think you should make it a lot wider at the back, though. Or like not like just. I think this strand needs to be wider, whether or not you make it wider across the whole way or just like on the back side.
I was not like I have to tell my dog. Whoop. Ah! This shit's hard.
No, it is.
Okay, perfect anime hair. I'm looking it up. Watching the video. It's 14 minutes long.
It's not easy. You just do what every Blender tutorial is and go download Genshin Impact models and then copy them.
Whoa. They even do it differently, actually. They
Oh yeah, there's a million ways of doing it. I haven't seen someone do it this way before.
they use a curve
To get the profiles. Yeah. That's the thing where it's like there is like a million ways of doing hair and there's no right answer.
Oh, why isn't there a faster way? How did I do this for Biff, man? Biff, where's the file for Biff?
I think it's wild how you just trauma blocked it.
But I had fun making Biffs. That's the problem. Don't me like I'm a liar. I ain't no liar.
That's the only sound I can make one. Well, no, I think that maybe that's the case. Maybe you had fun on everything else and you just disassociated during the hair. This is the last one you gave up on here. Yeah.
Oh, I remember how I did this. Okay, wait. notes.
You got it?
No. Not at all.
You got it?
What got you that inkling? Huh?
You got it enough for me to go make food?
Yeah. Should I end stream early today?
What for? Survive?
It's just been a long day.
Yeah. Lord knows.
It's been a long day. Hey, you guys sleep. You...
Oh, what's the fuck's going on?
Oh, well. Something matter?
No, there's a lot of text messages since I looked at my phone last 10 minutes ago.
Maybe Gray was moving today.
They did, but that already happened.
Over my nuts.
Oh, great. Gray looked at the Kickstarter.
Oh,
27.
we're doing it.
So insane.
Dun, 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 dun. No, where'd it go? Wouldn't tell me that I'd be fooled if I did what I was told. This is a house without.
Spent her first night in her new place. Their new place.
They like it?
Fully moved out of the other one today.
That's good. That one was a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. They like it. There's just some.
Welcome back, Daedalus.
It's colder there, even though it's only like 15 minutes down the road. It's colder, and
Need your love in my life.
hadn't figured out how the heater yet worked yesterday.
Oof. Well, it makes sense because like when you're living with an old person, the house is gonna be warmer technically.
I think just like it might have also just been a really cold day yesterday, but I think it was just like also just like the temperature of the area. I think there might be slightly higher elevation, like maybe.
Okay.
But like they're in a small mountain valley as opposed to kind of like more of an open farmland area. And so even though they're like 15, 20 minutes down the road, they were like, it was so fucking cold.
Rip.
Because I think it was like 45 degrees where they were at yesterday.
Damn.
It was like 55 here, but it was cold yesterday.
Yeah, it was cold.
But then it was like really cold. Like it's so fucking cold that I don't know how the heater works.
Rip.
But other than that, it seemed like they were doing good.
That's good. Is our boy there yet?
No.
Okay.
I have no idea when, but not yet. Jesus. Alright,
Okay, dokie. I don't know, night so crazy, but welcome back, Daedalus. Thank you again for the wellness check. I like the song that you shared. I don't know why, but it reminded me of a movie. I don't know if that's normal, but I liked it a lot. I don't know what movie it reminded me of, but it reminded me of a movie. My Chinese friend. Good night. If they know you are white and I'm not. Give me the point. Okay, not so sure. Shibboleth's fun because he used his pit chickens as the finish. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why, but I envision it as like a weird performance that would occur in series of unfortunate events, like that, like series. I don't know why. That's what it reminded me of. Noodles and rice. My every bite. Boop. I totally get it. Yeah, I don't. I don't know why, like, that is the correlation in my brain, but that's just what I thought of when I heard it. Paradise. What the fuck is going on? The chaotic but oddly highbrow vibe. Yeah, that's probably it, to be honest. Rising in the streets. Okay, I somehow did it. To joke about over. I need the back view. Better than I found it. The comedy won't help. Did I rotate this? What the fuck? Reset. No. There we go. I don't know how the fuck I thought this was gonna work. Cause that's not gonna work like that. Also, give me this. World direction. Healing the world with comedy. The front comes in. Yeah, like here. Aw. Boop. Bald cap. Healing the world with comedy. No different metaphorically. Oops. Walks into a bar and I've saved him a seat. Always got a white guy. Agent of change. I'm gonna use my privilege for the good. Very cool. Way to go. American white guy. Maybe I should just shut the fuck up. I don't want to do that. Oh my god, please. Please. Without standing on the sidelines. It is over. Save the day. Sandra Bullock in The Blind Side. Healing the world with comedy. Literal difference metaphorically. Quickly away me. Rotate. Yahoo! Wake up in a house that's full of smoke. Don't panic. Call me and I'll tell you a joke. Obviously white men dressed in white cloaks. Don't panic. Call me up and tell you a joke. Oh shit. I'll be joking at a time like this. So I start to smell burning toast. Of getting a stroke. Overcooking your toast. I'll tell you a joke. I mean, I'll tell you a joke. Should I be joking at a time like this? Meow. 'Cause I don't know. Knew that comedy won't help when the fear is not unfounded. I feel like maybe I brought this down too far, maybe. What I've gotta do, healing the world with comedy. Literal difference metaphorically. Now I'm conflicted. Because I feel like maybe I did these a little bit too soon and I should have done the back first. CEO entrepreneur born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Some gates can suck it. Amateurs can fucking suck it. I have to kill him. Oh, I always thought he said kill him. I don't know why. Let's do it here. Usual suburban night. It's overwhelmingly white. A suit and a tie. Family Guy. And I said it. That's what I did. I'd live to regret it. Gonna hold me accountable. I'm getting cold. Hold me accountable. World. Rotate. 17, I went when I dressed up as Aladdin. Not a problem. It feels weird in hindsight. Living as a person, but first, there's from the previous verse. I just thought that that's not okay. This way. Started singing this song, and I said it. This kind of looks like it makes sense. It's a changing, and I'm getting old. Empty, and I'm getting cold. Gonna hold me accountable. Dramatic. Is this like touching? It is. Oh, it's just not rotated. I've been totally awful. Really shitty. Just not very thoughtful at all, and it's really. I've been totally awful. My closet is chock full of stuff that is vaguely shitty. Not really lawful, just not very thoughtful at all. And I'm really fucking sorry. Listen, sorry. Hope you guys are having a good night. I kind of realized I've just been vibing and trying to figure this out, and I haven't really been entertaining. Kind of existing. Trying to figure out 3D. Because my goodness, 3D is a whore. this side down. Vibing 2, working on the same presentation from last night. Understandable. Did you get to do any screen pressing today? Or screen printing today? See, all eyes on me. All eyes on me. Oh, fuck. I did, Pog. I hope it was fun. I hope you had loads of fun. Look in my eyes, don't be scared, don't be shy. Come on in, the water's fine. And I'll go where everybody knows everybody. I don't want to make these a little bit flatter. Yeah, I goofed, but all good. Magenta is done. Fuck yeah. I always wanted to try like screen printing, like just once, like just to see what it feels like, because I feel like it's something, it's like a cool medium that everyone should experience. I think at least once. I think all creatives should experience all types of like different mediums at least once. Even if you don't like it, that's okay. But like trying it is the important part. Hands up. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. It's fun, but CMYK is stressful. Yeah, because you have to get like the perfect amounts, right, of each color, or else like it can get a bit fucky, yeah? I would say that's what I presume. Not just that, but also you gotta align. Oh yeah, did you not have like I know some people do like the whole like they have like a template essentially, and they can like stick it in the template, and it kind of helps keep the paper like have like little blockers, so that way the paper doesn't move around. It's not bad, I think. Yeah. I just need to do it again. From this angle. That's where I goofed. My template and tabs were not accurate enough. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But it's okay. Because, you know, you can just print another one. Unless you have limited ink, I guess. But most times, you can... I'm sure, like, screen printing is rather, like, forgiving in the fact that you could probably just print more than one. The whole world's ending, honey, it already did. I'm gonna slow it, heaven knows you try. Got it good, now get inside. Ooh. Why is this weird? Go where everybody knows, everybody knows. Get your fucking hands up. On me, all eyes on me. Nope, nope, nope. Hands down, pray for me. Hands down now, pray for me. So if you mess up all your prints, it's a whole process. I basically got to completely restart for the... That's valid, because like if you do like this, the cyan and then magenta and then yellow, and you mess up in yellow, you're gonna have to redo the cyan and magenta. So that makes sense. Damn. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, that makes sense. Damn. I guess that's why you make multiple, right? You do multiple of them, so you have multiple chances to do it right. And if all those get fubbernucked, try to get another day. That would be my best guess. Just be like, whoops, well, tomorrow's a new day for me to try again. Exactly. I feel like in some degrees that can be probably pretty therapeutic, though. Like, I used to wake up with a smile, with a dream. Now I'm turning 30. I feel like I maybe brought this too far forward. No way. I just stretch it out a little bit. I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. It was 27. What? Where'd this one go? Oh. Oh, fuck. I'm my 30. One of the zoomers. What is my perspective camera keeps cutting out? It's annoying me. I'm turning 30. I'm gonna sing this song so much when I'm 30. It's gonna be great. Stupid friends or having stupid children. Having stupid children. Or having stupid children. Stupid children. Oh my god. Whoop. Let's go back. Another 10, 20, 30. I'll be 30 and kill. Okay, I kind of want. This to meet here. Media until it's dinner time. Wait online, I'm anxious. Doing this to me. Feel your apathy. I feel better. Oh, I brought this back too far. Move stuff away. I can get on the bed. And then anxious. Why am I anxious? Torico. Another shirt. I think that doesn't look too bad. Am I anxious? Let's bring this up a little bit more. Let's do world. I don't know if I'm gonna make plushies for all my mods because this kind of sucks. I think I might think of something else to give all of my mods in my scene because this kind of fucking is donk. Dead. Heart is dead. Heart is dead. Heart is dead. There's like to seem complicated. We're not complicated. We've played it pretty easily. You ever been to a birthday party for children? One of the children won't stop screaming. little attention attractor. To be a comic character. Rewarded for never maturing, for never understanding or learning. Every day can't be about him. Oh, you selfish asshole. I must be psychotic. I must be demented. Worthy of all this attention. Worked really hard for. Worked at the drugstore. I drugs attention. I am an addict, and I can pay to indulge in my habits. An illusion. I'm wearing makeup. Man wearing makeup. I love you, check-in. I love you, Miu. I love you so much. Thank you for being my friend. I'm excited to see your updates. They look fucking cool. Very pretty, very pretty. I'm just going a little insane by trying to do this. Show has got a budget. Show has got a budget. How the poor people way more deserving of the money won't budget. I wanted my name in lights. Thank you for mwah. 40 fucking fortnights. 40 fucking fortnights. I am an artist. Please don't forgive me. I am an artist. Don't please don't fear me. I am an artist. I am an artist. Either correct me. I was an artist. Self-obsessed artist. I am an artist. I am an artist. Ooh, maybe that's better. Yeah, there we go. I kind of want this piece to flare out. I don't know if it'll flare the way I want it to, though. It's getting there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, a little bit thicker, though. Into me, my line, my patience. Let me squish this in here. And this can go here. I want, oops. The bottom of this to scoot, come out and up. There we go. This we'll see. I will need you. I will never leave you. That's not, you know what? That's not that bad. I think. He needs a few more strands in certain places, but I think this is kind of looking. I think. Oh god, where did this strand go? Just gotta bring this one forward a little bit. To me, my mom. And then down, and then in. And then forward. Right there. And then rotate it, and then rotate it. Now you're nothing to me. Oh no fucking shit. There you go. Okay, and now there needs to be one like this, but the other way. So cute, Miu. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. You're so cute. I love it. Not as much as I love you, but still. Very cute. Very cute. I like it. Picasso. Picasso. We be cute. We be cute. If there wasn't already. Oh, did you still wanna? Okay, got a fish bag. I love you, BRP. Okay, no problem. Have a bag egg. Have a bag egg. Oh shit, I fucked that up. Just gotta go back a little bit, huh? Wait, what was the question? I was wondering if you still wanted to do the VTuber group thing. The VNix thing? Because I was like, I was going to make a meme and be like, haha, we could be the V cuties, but I'm sure that's already a thing. And then it reminded me of the VNix thing that we came up with. We'll be queens every single day. Because it could be like a group for like you, me, and Shems and Indy and, if you want, that is. But like, because like, your friends are all kind of like VTubers. So we all could be like a little group. But you can think about it. You can think about it. You don't have to answer me now. You can think about it while you're on vacation. You're on vacation. Yeah, I thought that could be fun. That could be fun. But yeah, we can talk about it more when you get back. Maybe I'll even make like a mock-up of like a logo or something. Not that it has to be like official or anything. It could be nice. Could be nice. Okay, wife. Okay, wife. Have fun packing. I will be here. Probably not for too much longer, since I'm probably going to stop when I eat dinner, though. Sounds good, wife. My wicked dreams. Oh my goodness. It's like so fat and wide. Is this plankton? Yes. I just think he'd be a good pink pony girl. Not that I made this, but I think he's a good pink pony girl, you know? In my hands. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down. He chose the wrong career. Should have been a singer. I know. Who needs a Krabby Patty formula when you have the formula to be a pink pony girl? Oh God. Okay, me thinks that me kind of did it. I don't know what Pixels is listening to, but it is like weird. I can hear it from here. It's weird. Whatever it is. Oh, and then there's like a minute of silence in the song. Night. Yeah. I am not feeling good. Wake up at 11:30, feeling like a bag of shit. Oh, my clothes are dirty, so I'm feeling like a bag of shit. Oh my God, I miss my cup. OMG, what is just my luck? Mirror say, what's up, you useless fuck? Are you feeling how I'm feeling? I had a shower in 9 days. The ceiling, I'm waiting for this feeling. Go away. Go away. Get lit. How's your feeling? Oh, shit. That's a sack of shit. Oh, shit. Bag of shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I get stump here? Oh, do you feel like shit? Oh, yeah. It's a little different because I made it a bit flat, but I think that's okay. I feel like shit. Tell me, are you feeling like shit? Oh, yeah. I don't know, like, where this is supposed to sit, if I'm honest, but I think that's fine. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. Hey, funky shit to 11. World. Synthetical, one on botanical, one on the article. Strikes. access. Take. Okay, and then he has, oops, one more. Right here. Ask me. Lose it. And then reset. There we go. It's like close, but not there yet. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. I fucking love that line. I love that line. Had a hell of a ride. And you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. Like the funky shit to 11. I don't know why I like that line. I'm here to say goodnight before Vexed. Good night. Good night. I hope you two sleep well. Thank you for telling me good night. It means a lot to me, actually. So good night. Sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Good night, Lane. Buster fixed my sleep schedule, so it's time for bed. Sounds good. Good night. Sleep well, you two. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. So drink that funky shit to 11. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Thank you for the save check. Very clutch as I finish up the last little point. 11, baby. What a hell of a ride. We were riding to heaven, heaven. The fucking light. That funky shit to 11, 11. Had a hell of a ride. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. You don't know me. Look at the fridge. Okay. I'm looking. Lamb! Damn, that's a lot of points, Buster. Holy shit. Good job. I don't know what to do to celebrate it, but fucking good job. Holy shit. I bet Vex doesn't have that many points. But good job. Very proud. Good job. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. I love this song. It's so weird. Next is 420k. I believe. You fucking got this. If you get to 420k, I'll do something. I don't know what, but I'll do something. Oh, Appletini. Where am I? I don't like this end. Cream. Well, but man don't care. I've gotten in the coochie. Ooh, I'm holding you to do that. Sounds good. I think I did it. It sucked. Alright, dinner's not ready yet, so I want to do something else. You know what that something else is going to be? I'm going to make a milk bean. I don't know how this is going to work, but... Oops. I think it'd be really cute to make a 3D one. Because then, like, then we could, because, like, everything I do for the milk beans, I can 3D model. Like, it's not that bad. Except for the pew pew blaster, but I could probably make a simpler one of that. XX. But I could probably do that instead. Oh, I was on the thing. Yeah, I'll make pharma. Save this from. Where's the grid? Someone beeped their car and it spooked me. This is gonna be very spicy. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do this. Wait. Wait. Like that, maybe? Cause they are kind of like a domed off square. More than a, circle, I feel. Like that. Oh, and Mario. Yeah. Oh. Legs. Oh. Sing, baby, yes. I forgot what the twist to this song is. My chest. Oh no, how to do our taxes? Losing my shit right now. Oh no, I'm sorry. What's happening? Is it cause we challenged you? Is it cause of the challenge? If so, I'm sorry. And I suck. They ever will. The same to me. Just turned 33. I gotta have a little dumpy. Much whenever. Always not done. Go hot dog bun. Tuck it like a bong. In a minute. Into a bong. You're just too good. You're too powerful. Oh my god. Someone's cutting onions in my apartment. It's pixels. Oh, it's affecting my eyeballs. Oh, my eyeballs. I'm crying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What kind of onions is he using? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. My eyes are burning. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pocky. It's probably just because you're too good at editing. It has to crash, or else you're gonna make something so good, it'll go so viral that the world can't handle it. The internet would implode on itself, and you deep down, you know that. You know that. You know if you made this edit, the world would implode. Holy shit, what kind of onions are we using? Oh my god, my eyes burn. My eyes burn. I can't. Holy shit. Holy shit, what is happening? Oh my god, I can't see. I can't see. I can't open my eyes. How is Pixels and my cat not dying? What's happening? I can't see. I'm gonna go blind. I can barely look at chat for like 2 seconds. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it hurts. What is happening? What kind of onions do we have in this house? Oh my god. Oh my god, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Oh my god. We know her weakness now. It's onions. Yeah, apparently. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. I'm not directly next to the kitchen, but I'm like near it. Holy fuck. It's getting worse. How is it getting worse? It's getting worse. Hold on. I feel like my model isn't expressing how I feel. There you go. Oh. I've cut onions that made me weep before. I don't know how Pixels. He seems fine. Are you okay over there? I don't know if he can hear me. Go pull. Will that help? I'm afraid to move. Oh God. I can tell that he's cooking it, but holy fuck. It usually helps me. I'm afraid to leave my office because that means I get closer to the kitchen. I just kind of want to keep my eyes closed. I'm an eyes closed VTuber now. All right, hold on. I'm gonna try to model, guys. Do I have the thing selected? I don't think I'm moving my mouse enough, so I'm so afraid. Okay, I'm gonna try to boolean these things, okay? By muscle memory. I don't think I'm moving my mouse enough. I wasn't even on the screen. Oh my God. I just turned 33. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. My eyeballs. I don't know how Pixels is okay right now. Oh God. Okay, I could kind of see. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh. What kind of onions is this? Ah! Came back. Why is it coming in waves? I got a message, Pixels. What eldritch onion have you cut in our home? Why have you done this? Please, I can't see. My eyes are closed now. It's the onions.
What do you mean?
It's the onions.
What do you mean?
It's the onions. It hurts.
How is it onions?
It's the don't touch me. I'm afraid. I don't know. When did you cut the onions?
Like 30 minutes ago.
I don't know. It hurts. You're just good?
There's nothing wrong.
It burns.
Did this just happen?
It's been like a minute. It's been like a little over a minute.
I don't know what.
Does all the ventilation from the kitchen just come into my office, perchance, by the flow of our house? And so all the onions got sucked out of the kitchen and came to me?
Maybe because this door's closed. Yeah, actually.
Oh, it's true. Oh my God, the kitchen door, the patio door was closed, which is usually open when he cooks, which helps like ventilate it out to the patio. But I think I'm the only one with I'm the closest next window open, so all the onion smell was coming to my eyelids. I'm a Shrek. I'm an ogre. I'm gonna become an ogre. What hell is this? What hell do I live in? Okay, I can kind of see again. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a roller coaster. Like, it comes and goes. Which, like, the shitty part is that it comes and goes, you know? What are the chances? What are the chances that he cuts an onion and it slowly wafts into my office to the point that I get affected by it, but no, he doesn't? What is this bull honky? My eyes are closed. I can't open them. What hell do I live in? Why did this happen?
Why did this happen?
I honestly don't know.
Why onions make me cry?
I don't know what happened. I'm sorry.
Why onions make you cry?
Because the chemical in the onions that when it's cut reacts with the water.
Dude, I saw these onions and I flinched like they were gonna make my eyes burn.
There's a chemical in the onions that reacts with the water in your eye to make acid.
That's terrible. What the fuck? What hell do we live on? That onion air makes our tears acidic. What the fuck? No, I'm afraid. Let me be. I'm okay now. No. Yeah. In a weird way, it just sucks it around. And I get more of it, dude. That'd be so scary.
The onions were done 30 minutes ago.
I don't know, man. Oh my god, my eyeballs. That was wild. I think this is the second time that's actually happened. I don't think that's the first time that that's happened. I think that's the second time. Where Pixels was like cooking something in the kitchen and it just made my eyes die. And like we were like, what the fuck? I don't know how it keeps happening, but it do. And it make my eyeball hurt. I don't know how to rotate. Yeah. But then bring it down. But hit butt like he's thinking today. The night turns for this winter. The do still to a day. Oh, it can't be smaller like that. Okay. And so I took clips. I couldn't help it. Okay. At least share them with me. At least post them in chat. I want to see. Because I don't know what happened right there. All I know is that I was being harassed by onions in my eyeballs, and there's nothing I could have done about it. What kind of onion? What kind of onions is this? No, I get why that was your favorite one. Do you want to see? You want to see something funny? Oh, wait, you can't hear it. Hold on, wait. At the end. I was so afraid to move. It hurt so bad. Oh. Thank you for that. Oh man, I thought I got the scream. I think it's funnier that you got like just the second of the scream, to be honest. Either way, I mean, we can reclip it later, but that's crazy. Ooh. Hello, Chumshot. Thank you for the save. Bean. I'll put this in my downloads. I don't know how to, like, get the magnitude of the bean in this way. I don't know how to make little guy bum bum. How make little guy bum bum? I could do it this way. Because you only need this much bum bum. And this guy just need this much. You know? And so I could flatten this. Do this. Also, I hope you're having a wonderful start, chum shot. I'm sorry if I didn't say that earlier. Also, I don't know if I said this when you first came in, but I really like your name. I think it's very funny. It's very, it takes you a second, and then you're like, ah. I think it's funny. Maybe I should have just done one. With likes funds. Got in common when the shit's said and done. Done. He's a dead fucking roach in the city that we run. We should be with my eyes roll. Hella lean smoking hydro. Oh no, it's on Snap. No! Off. Gary hit him with a meow, meow, meow. Ah. Oh, what the fuck? Where's me? You mean? What have I done? What is this? Eyes grow. Oh my god. Boop. Alright, fix that. Oh no, you guys are good. He goes wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Wait, is this not side right? Side left. Nope, side left. Oh my god. It's not. Oh fuck. Fuck. Boop boop boop. Around money. Okay, there we go. What? How is this not centered here? Eyes grow. Hella lean smoking hydro. Move. Boop. What the fuck? Yeah, it should be this one. Oh, I'm so confused. I like this song. Yay. It's not as funny if I sing it though, because I don't have this kind of voice, but I still like this song. Unless I press rewind one more time. World. Oh. Okay, god damn it. How do I fix that? Okay, if I blend it with a 1. Why is it like offset by 1, bro? That's annoying as fuck. Reset. She'll be mine. Press I press rewind. One more time. You know what? I have a new idea. Girlfriend. Cause like, wait. Right, I think. Wonder when she'll be mine. As I press rewind. Just one more time. No, I don't want them to be so. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Oop. Okay, now we take this group and we. Oop. Alright, and then combine history free center pivot. And then this one. Terror of the night. Oh, I did it. I guessed, and I got an equal amount. I didn't do it with that one though. Oops. Whores have men. Whores have men. I'm a horse. I like this video because it's so obvious that the guy's a horse. Like, there's no way she found out he was a horse. She just knew already that she was a horse. He was a horse. The door says it'll have whore, have men, and whores have men. Do I need to make this connect all the way? Whores have men. Whores have men. Ooh, I know who I will raid when Pixels is done with dinner. Boop, boop, boop. I will raid Havoc if he is still streaming. Whores have men. Alright, let's do this one. I don't know if this is gonna work the way I think it'll work, but it's kinda working the way I think it works. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I got spooked. Boop. The elections. The East. Me, the biggest problem is TikTok. just need to go reset here. There we go. TikTok, baby, oh no. TikTok, baby. I'll make this hard-edged. I think I could keep going with, oops, these three and these three. Nice. Propaganda. Well, Miranda. The Chinese are our biggest problem. I don't think that was right. How do I close this hole? I need to make this smaller. Okay. TikTok, baby. Interesting. But all so well. No, he's not acting the fright of my life. And from what I could tell. Whoops. 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 Okay, you got it. Love cartoon dogs, baby. I love Scooby-Doo. Okay, now they're like equivalent, I think. In a way. I'm gonna get murdered tonight. Yeah, there we go. The plot's about. Flatten this. That's a red flag. Holy shit, I'm gonna be the main course. Get the waiter's attention by blinking in Morse code. Hey, let me get it out. No, thank you. I don't want to die. Bruh. Oh my god, please. And I'm looking for excuses. Is that I'm ready to choose this life. Oops. Of our dreams. I'm a catering bell. Huh. How do I fix that? I don't know yet. About the love. I think this has got to go here, right? Because he's still rounded like that. Is he though? Home all alone. Ooh, brain is braining. brain is braining. I guess. Full stop. It didn't mean like a little smiley face. Hey. What? Why is this confusing? Okay. I think this is where I'll stop for today, or at the very least, this is where we'll stop stream for today, so I can rest my little noggin and get some rest and get some dinner in me. So go see if Habik's still streaming. Is he still streaming? I think he is. So, no, wait, I'm rendering? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I'll wait. Well, we'll wait. We're waiting. Never mind. I don't know what I was talking about. We're not doing anything. That's fine. I'll just keep working. I didn't say anything. Too bad I played a little bit more. You're back of an ambulance. Oh fuck! It's supposed to be like this. Yeah, then it'd have to be like. Ooh, should have really paid more attention in my hard modeling class. I think. I don't think that would have helped. I'm gonna be real. I don't think that actually would have helped because this is not exactly hard surface modeling. Component. That looks right. Boop, boop. I'm understanding something. Okay. My tight crew. Shut up. I rolled a 1. Fuck. Otherwise engaged. Alright, let's... A short motherfucker and nobody likes you. Short. Don't think of me for relationships. You were just a dance, never talk to cellmate. It's a little bitty body and I hate it. Okie dokie. World. Buddy, loot that button now. Loot that motherfucker. Buddy. Businessman. Businessman. Boop. Not a cop. Okay. I'm not a cop. Alright. Yeah, this makes sense. A cop. A little cop. A cop. Man, businessman. Man, he's definitely have a gun. Yeah, that's a business. Oh, hello, butterfly. Hello, chaotic.
I have missed you. How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am well. I'm glad. There's not netting instead of sleeping. What do you mean? You said you fixed Vex's sleep schedule and now you're not sleeping? Huh? I don't know his name. Leg. Did it mean mine? I miss YouTube and busy, chaotic, girl. Understandable. It is part of the name, so that makes sense. I'm gonna die. I'm not a cop. But welcome on in. I'm trying to make a milk bean. It's a bit harder than I thought it would be for some reason. But businessman. I'm definitely not a cop. I don't know if this is supposed to come out like that. Okay. I don't say it yet. Why is this not smooth? Boop. You know where my car keys are. And his face. I also need to finish the shawl by November 8th. Is that Vex's birthday? Is that why? Not serious. That'd be so cute. Vex wearing a shawl that you made. That'd be so cute, though. That's how visibly. No, it's my mom's. Oh, okay. Also valid. Also cute, though. Oh, I can't. Oh, I still don't say it. Okay, it's under God's roof. I would say the ring. Anybody who actually know where they are. I always say it. Say it. There we go. Bring me butthole. Where you can find literally anything else before. Up your butthole. Oops. Vex's birthday is in redacted. Understandable. I think they told me it once. Actually, no, they've said it multiple times. I just don't remember. Because whenever we do, like, the monthly birthday things, they say it. How do I make this smooth? For shame, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't remember them in case, like, people are like, oh, you remembered it? Technically, today is my birthday. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday! I will have a wonderful birthday. What? I think 3? Of course. course. I hope it is wonderful. I hope you get a bunch of gifts. Runs, bad runs. Got them with your life. I didn't make you a gift. I think it's okay. It was very last minute that they happened to tell us, Buster, so I think you'll be alright. About letting someone touch. I accept breads. Okay, I won't believe off target. This is not a real. Okay. That's fine. I'm interested. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think this works better. Okay, I'm ready. Chat, are you ready? What is this? I'm very interested. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Dude, I love the effect on my horns. What the fuck? And the eyes? Yo, guys, did you see that? Did you see how the shut the fuck up, Spotify? Did you fucking see that? This kind of like effect right here that's happening. Oh my god, and the horns? Like it's like sticking my horns out. I'll play it again. Oh yeah, you got it. Hold on. Dude. Dude, that was so sick. This? Where's that freeze frame? Give me that freeze frame. I might make this like my profile picture. Look at this. This? How the fuck did you do this? This? Look at that. That's so fucking sick. And then I love this too. The beginning. Like this fucking dude, that's fucking sick. Like I'm obsessed with that. That's fucking sick. And like the framing, the frame rate of the eyes opening. Yo. I think it's good. So what? I think it's so good. I'm pregnant. That's crazy. Yo, like the highlight on the horns, like they fucking go hard. This is like an X-ray view. This sick shit is sick, bro. Dude, that right there, that last frame got me fucked up. This, yo, that's got me fucked up, bro. Yo, look at this. Thank you. I need you to see this. It's really cool. Pocky made it.
What the fuck?
Dude, it's fucking sick. I know. I was trying to make an edit, something cool, and then Pocky just was like, bam, showed you up, bitch. And I'm like, oh, what the? Shit is fuck, bro. Holy shit, man. I'm obsessed with this frame, man. I am obsessed, bro. And this too. This right here, man. I've never felt like a sexier VTuber in my life. This is sick. Alright, well now I know how I gotta learn. I gotta learn how to do this in DaVinci. I'll see you guys in like 20 fucking years. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how, but I feel like I need to worship the ground. I know, bro. I told you, they're gonna be famous. They're gonna be famous. We're not ready for it. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. This shit goes so hard. Yo, this is so fucking sick, bro. I'm addicted. Thank you, Pocky. This is sick. Can I make this like my phone live wallpaper? Would you mind if I made this like a live phone wall? The pacing, I know. Like the eyes, they like reclose at the end. Like right here, they like close at the end, and then oh, that's so fucking sick.
And like eyes, and then the horns, and then the fucking this. Oh, it's so good, bro. It's too good. I'm blessed, bro. Dude, this shit is fuck. This fucks. Yes, please. I need this on my phone. I didn't finish it though. That's okay. You can send me this version, and then if you want, you can finish it later. If you ever wanna. You don't ever have to, but like, yo, this shit's sick. God damn! I want to be as good as Pocky. I'm inspired. I'm fucking inspired. Pocky, you know what? You know what, Pocky? You're a little gem to me. One and a half hours, bro. Would have taken him less time if Adobe After Effects didn't fucking try to fucking cap your knees, take your knees, man, and crash him. This shit's crazy. I can be a horror VTuber. This has taught me I can be a horror VTuber. How the fuck, bro? And you just did this with an MP4. Oh, fuck. Holy shit. I'm obsessed with, like, the beginning and the end. Like, I don't know why, but it's, like this especially. Fuck. Oh, my God. And then, like, this effect is so cool. Holy fuck, brother. Holy shit. Holy shit. I feel the need to fuck some shit up. I know, right? I feel like we're about to, like, take over a town, bro. I've never felt more godlike in my life. This shit is amazing. Holy fuck. I'm gonna fucking, like, I don't know. I gotta put this somewhere. Maybe I'll put it on one of the monitors or something in the background. This shit is fucking fire, bro. God damn. Alright, I gotta stop watching it or else we'll be here all stream. Alright, we're gonna thank you so much, Pocky. This is actually just depth map with some other effects with white stuff and glitches. Whatever you say, God Editor Pocky. Whatever you say. I'm bowing to you. I'm bowing to you. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna be watching that like all night long now. Just one more time, one more time. Oh, fuck it. Fucks so hard. Dude, oh, it just fucks so hard, man. Because, like, it's okay if none of you guys have noticed, but this is my logo. This is my logo. And it kind of, like, is reminiscent of how, like, the logo is with the eyes and shit, man. This shit fucks. Like, oh, God, it fucks. Good shit, Pocky. Not everyone can pull off that kind of stuff. I know, right? Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Oh, fuck, that fucks so hard. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna be here all night. I'm gonna be here all fucking night if I don't end the stream. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Havoc as he's playing the Enshrined TTRPG and he's playtesting it. Well, it looks like it didn't even know this. Look, I don't know shit, man. Pocky, you take cons because people need to give you money. That's what I'm saying. But Pocky famous. Pocky gonna be famous. Pocky already does, like, editing shit for TV. A match to cut the logo at the end would be fire, though. That's so true. That is so true. That would be so fucking sick. I have so much learning to do. Ah, dude, that was so... Okay, just one more time and then we raid Havoc, okay? One more time and then we raid Havoc. I'll even write out the message so I don't fucking forget. Okay, alright, one more time, one more time, one more time. God. Oh, God, that's so fucking sick. Fuck. All right, we'll listen to the song as we fucking close out today. I feel like that's the song that has to play while we fucking close out the stream. All right. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you, Pocky, for the amazing fucking edit, man. This shit fucking fucks. This fucks, man. Oh my god, I'm obsessed. But I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful night, day, whatever time zone it is for you. Remember, I hope you always get to do what you love. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, so you know where it came from. I love you guys. Tell your friends about Enshrined if you haven't. I love you, and good night. Now that shit should be your new ending stream or something. Oh shit! Shit! Bro! I'm gonna mess with shit. All right, good night, everybody. Buster, you be thinking. I like this idea. All right, good night, guys. See you tomorrow.